Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of Ben with Gwen. A story about how Ben and Gwen's relationship evolves over the next 4 years following their summer trip. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. October, Year 4. How about Miss Martian? Lucy spun in place, shape-shifting into a green-skinned, red-haired alien wearing a blue cape, a blue skirt, and a white shirt with a red X across it. Gwen, sitting on her bed, looked at Lucy questioningly. Why her? Because you're a red-haired sweetheart. Sweetheart isn't exactly the word most people would use to describe me, Gwen said. Besides, isn't she a better fit for you? Ooh, so you think I can rock the green-skinned alien babe look, huh? Lucy asked, striking a pose and sticking her chest out. I meant because you're a shape-shifting alien who loves television, Gwen clarified. Yeah, and you're telekinetic, Lucy pointed out. Besides, I'm already going as. Lucy held out her arms and did a little twirl in place, shape-shifting again. Her new form was her ordinary human appearance, but with an outfit consisting of red pants, a sleeveless black top with 2 stylized golden Ws on it, and a silver bracelet on each wrist. Wonder Girl! Lucy cheered, raising an arm to show off her new biceps. Gwen smiled at Lucy's over-the-top display, as well as her obvious choice in costume. Well, what about Artemis? Gwen said, thinking aloud. She was always my favorite character on that show. Lucy snapped her fingers. I like it. Shape-shifting once more, she turned into a girl with long blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, dressed in a midriff-bearing green top with a stylized arrow on it, a green mask covering most of her face, green pants, black knee pads, and black combat boots. Total badass, in denial about her feelings, always ready with a harsh, witty retort, Lucy said, counting off on her fingers as she listed the character's qualities. She's so you. I don't know where you get in denial about her feelings with me, Gwen said defensively. Also, looking at it now, I think her costume might actually be a little too revealing for me, she said, looking at Lucy's exposed midsection. Darn, Lucy said, pouting in defeat. A moment later, she seemed to have another idea. Ooh! She said, shape-shifting again. This time, she became a girl with long black hair in a stage magician's outfit, complete with a tailcoat, white gloves, bow tie, fishnet stockings, and high-heeled boots. Zatanna! Lucy announced, waving her hands like a magician who'd just made something disappear. Gwen had an uncomfortable look on her face as she looked Lucy's new form up and down. Ah, that doesn't really solve the revealing costume problem. Lucy giggled. Come on. She's a sexy witch, you're a sexy witch, it's perfect. Gwen shook her head. Nope. If it's because you're worried about what Ben will think, he doesn't seem like he's the judgmental type. Not everything's about Ben, you know. Plus, maybe he'll like what he sees, Lucy said with a smirk. Gwen sighed and glared at Lucy, but said nothing. You know girls always dress slutty on Halloween anyway, right? Trust me, no matter what you're wearing, you'll still probably be one of the most respectable looking girls there, Lucy insisted. You only think that because you get most of your knowledge about this planet from TV shows, Gwen argued. So does everyone else, Lucy argued back. Plus, I've been living on this planet for a few years now. I have picked up some things from personal experience, thank you very much. Well, then, if you think the girls at this party are gonna dress that way, Gwen said, won't dressing up like superheroes seem kinda nerdy to them? Lucy shrugged. To some of them, totally. But I already know a couple guys going as Star Wars characters, one girl is going as Zero Suit Samus, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be at least one the Doctor. So it's not like we'll be the only nerds there. Well, if you say so, Gwen relented, standing up. She wondered why she'd even agreed to this. It was no surprise to her that Lucy had been invited to a Halloween party. She was so popular at school now, she'd probably gotten invited to several parties. But Gwen had never been to any kind of party before, outside of family events anyway. However, when Lucy had invited her and Ben, he'd said yes almost immediately, so she'd felt like she had to say yes too. I can't let Ben have all the fun. I think I could pull off a Batgirl, Gwen said, stopping in front of her mirror to examine her red hair. Lucy gasped excitedly. That's so perfect, she said, quickly shape-shifting into a red-haired girl wearing a dark grey bat suit. Hyper-competent, super smart, redhead. Plus Ben could go as Robin. You guys are gonna make the cutest couple. Gwen decided to ignore that last part. She turned to look at Lucy, examining her Batgirl costume and imagining what she'd look like in it. I can wear that, she said, deciding it wasn't at all revealing. My hair's a little short, though. She had let it grow out a bit more in recent years, but her hair wasn't that much longer than it had been when she was 10. Ah, that's all right, Lucy said. Everyone loves you with short hair. I don't think I'd even recognize you if you grew it out more. Lucy pondered that for a moment, then she shape-shifted again. This time, she looked just like Gwen, but with longer hair. Check it out, I'm Gwen, she said in a perfect imitation of Gwen's voice. How do you like my long, luscious locks? She asked, running her hands through her hair and slowly shaking her head as if she were in a shampoo commercial. Gwen laughed. Stop. I look weird. Lucy stepped up next to Gwen in front of the mirror. I dunno. You still look beautiful to me, she said, looking back and forth between her hair and Gwen's. After a moment, she switched her focus to their identical green eyes. Gosh, you have such gorgeous eyes. Like, I still can't even get over it. Gwen couldn't help looking at her own eyes in the mirror. The same as Ben's. She turned away from the mirror, embarrassed by Lucy's compliments. Anyway, she said, trying to change the subject. I'm not a shapeshifter, so I still have to get the costume somehow. I'm sure you can get a Batgirl costume from any Halloween store. Or order one from some cosplay site, Lucy said. Now, I wonder if Ben will agree to go as Robin. She thought aloud, absent-mindedly twirling her hair. Gwen watched Lucy's finger. It felt weird seeing her own hair on someone else. Ah, Lucy. Could you be Lucy again? This is kinda creeping me out. Lucy giggled. Oh, you don't wanna be twins? Gwen scoffed. Please. I get enough of that twin stuff from sharing a birthday with Ben. An unusual smile spread across Lucy's face. She shapeshifted again, this time into Ben. How sweet. I didn't know you saw me as a brother, Lucy said in Ben's voice. Gwen tensed up, staring at Ben's face. I mean, you're like a, Gwen stuttered out a few words, not sure what she was trying to say or why she was having a hard time saying it. What is he? Lucy's smile faded, and she began looking at Gwen with concern. Gwen. Will you just be Lucy again, please? Gwen's face was turning red, and her breathing was a little heavy. Okay, yeah, of course, Lucy said in her own voice, holding up her hands disarmingly before shape-shifting back into her default human form. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak you out. I know sometimes it's weird for you when I turn into someone else. It wasn't that. Gwen said, her voice shaking a little. Nonetheless, she was calming down. She sat back down on her bed and stared at the floor for a moment. Lucy stood where she was and twiddled her hands together uncertainly. Is that how you think of him? Lucy asked seriously. What? Gwen asked, looking up at Lucy nervously. Lucy held up her hands again, signaling for Gwen to relax. I mean, about what I said before. Is Ben like a brother to you? The same flustered feeling crept up on Gwen, but she forced it down and considered Lucy's question. She'd never really thought about it before, but it made sense, in a way. They're only cousins, but they're the same age, and they even share a birthday. They grew up together. They definitely spent more time together than most cousins, and they probably spent more time together than actual siblings too, especially considering how close they'd become over the last few years. Maybe, is that all that was? I don't know, Gwen said. I've never had a brother, so. Cautiously, Lucy sat down next to Gwen on the bed and put her hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Lucy said, comfortingly. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot or anything. Gwen looked at her, but didn't say anything. Lucy smiled at her. I love you, and Ben. And no matter how you feel about him, I'll be fine with it. Gwen felt panic rising in her. This conversation had already been uncomfortable, but the way Lucy was choosing her words was taking that to the extreme. It's like she expects us to. Gwen brushed Lucy's hand off of her shoulder and jumped to her feet. Geez, I mean, he's already my best friend. Isn't that enough? It's not like we can get any closer than that. Right. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, it's all totally fine. Lucy actually looked a little guilty, which is something Gwen had only seen a few times before. However, she abruptly changed the subject before anything came of it. So, she said as she hopped to her feet, seamlessly changing her demeanor from serious to cheerful. Let's talk costume. On Halloween night, the plan was for the three of them to meet up at Lucy's house before heading over to the party together. It was only just getting dark when Gwen made her way up Lucy's driveway, but there were already younger kids running around in costumes and trick-or-treating. Dressed in her Batgirl costume, Gwen could have easily been mistaken for one of them. Arriving at Lucy's front door, Gwen knocked. The door swung open almost immediately. Happy Halloween! Lucy shouted. She was dressed in her Wonder Girl costume and holding a big bowl of candy. Oh, it's you. She said when she realized it was Gwen. Come in, come in. Have some candy. Thanks, Lucy, Gwen said, stepping inside and grabbing some chocolate out of the bowl. Camille. Joel. Gwen's here. Lucy called into the other room. Come on, she said, signaling for Gwen to follow her. She then led Gwen into the living room where Joel and Camille were both seated, Joel reading a book and Camille typing on her laptop. Hey there, Gwen. Joel greeted her. That's a pretty sweet costume you got on there. Yeah, she looks badass. Lucy said, giving Gwen a punch on the shoulder. Ouch. Gwen yelped. Thanks, she said to Joel, then turned to his wife. Hello, Camille. Camille smiled warmly at her. Hello, sweetie. I hope Lucy's not giving you too much of a hard time already. Oh, you know. Same as ever, Gwen said. Yep. Lucy shouted, grabbing Gwen's cape and yanking her to the side. Hey, whoa. Gwen nearly fell over, grabbing onto Lucy's arm to regain her balance. Lucy giggled, grabbing onto Gwen's shoulders. This is so perfect. You and me. Crime-fighting duo. We're gonna go out there and show those evildoers who's boss. Before Gwen had a chance to respond to Lucy's ramblings, the doorbell rang. Ooh. More trick-or-treaters. Come, Batgirl. To the front door. Lucy shouted before running out of the room. Joel and Camille simply smiled and shook their heads before going back to what they were doing. Guess they're pretty used to this by now. Gwen chuckled to herself, then hurried after Lucy. Back at the front door, she saw Lucy open it while holding the bowl of candy. Trick or treat. A chorus of little girls dressed as various Disney princesses called out in unison. Lucy paused with a stupid smile on her face, then squealed like an excited fangirl. Gwen had to swoop in and catch the candy bowl when Lucy bounced up and down a little. Here. Have some candy. Happy Halloween, she said, smiling nervously at the trick-or-treaters. Thank you. The princesses said as they came up to her and grabbed a few handfuls of candy. Gwen. Gwen. Gwen, Lucy repeated quietly, poking Gwen each time. What? Gwen. Gwen. What, Lucy? Gwen asked a little louder. Look how cute they are, Lucy said in a quiet, high-pitched voice. I know, Lucy. I know, Gwen said, a little embarrassed to be standing next to her at the moment. As the princesses were turning to leave, Gwen noticed Ben approaching the house. He was dressed as Robin, complete a black domino mask, a cape that was black on the back and yellow on the inside, a red shirt with a yellow R where the breast pocket would be, a yellow utility belt, black pants, and black boots. Gwen and Lucy stood in the doorway as he came up the walkway, although Lucy seemed to be in a daze and may not have noticed him yet. Hey, doofus, Gwen greeted him. Hey, dweeb. Ooh, candy, Ben said, reaching for the bowl. These aren't for you, Gwen said, pulling the bowl away from him. Oh, come on, Ben complained. Then he noticed Lucy staring off into space with a dreamy look on her face. What's with her? Cuteness overload. Here, come inside. Gwen stepped back and held the door open for Ben, who sidled past Lucy into the house. So, we ready to? Ben started to talk, but trailed off. Inside the house where the lighting was better, he got a good look at Gwen in her costume for the first time, and it made him stop and stare. Gwen noticed, blushing a little before glaring at him. What are you looking at, doofus? Lucy slid into Gwen's line of sight between her and Ben, giving them a curious smirk. Of course that got her attention. Ben blinked. Your hair's too short. Having been optimistically hoping for a compliment, Gwen's glare intensified. At least mine's the right color, dick. Ben looked offended for a moment before a look of realization came over him. So that's why you wanted me to go as Robin. That launched Lucy into a giggling fit. Actually, it was Lucy's idea. A smug smile spread across Gwen's face. Although it is why I agreed to it. Very funny. Try not to get shot in the spine, Ben said. I suggested Lagoon Boy at first, Lucy said. But the costume would have been a little hard for a non-shapeshifter like you. Him. No way. I'm not that ugly, Ben argued. Some of us might disagree with that, Gwen said. Lucy giggled, then grabbed Ben's arm with both hands. Come on, both of you. I gotta show you guys off to Camille and Joel. Wait, but don't we have to get to that party? Ben asked as she dragged him along. It'll just take a second. Lucy insisted. Gwen followed after them. I present to you, Batgirl and Robin, Lucy declared loudly as they re-entered the living room. Joel and Camille looked up at them. Camille looked amused, while Joel laughed out loud. Ah, you're all such dorks, Joel said. Hey! Ben and Gwen said in unison. Lucy laughed too. Nah, I'm just giving you a hard time, he said. You look great. Are you heading to your party soon? Camille asked. In a minute, Lucy said. First, show them your Wonder Woman. Ben and Gwen looked at Lucy questioningly. Just watch. She told them. Camille, do it. Do it. Please. Camille sighed with a playful smile, rolling her eyes. Relenting to Lucy's request, she stood up and walked over to a more open area of the floor. Once clear of any obstructions, she held out her arms and did a Wonder Woman twirl, shape-shifting into the dark-haired Amazon princess. Eh? Lucy hopped up and down, clapping her hands appreciatively. She ran over to Camille and stood next to her, striking a pose. Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl, ready for action. Gwen laughed at Lucy's enthusiasm, then glanced over at Ben. His jaw hung open as he stared at Camille in her Wonder Woman costume, his eyes unable to decide where to look. Without thinking, Gwen made a fist, but stopped herself before hitting him. No. I shouldn't. Stop letting that bother you. That's great, Camille. You guys make a good duo, Gwen said, trying to remain nonchalant. But, we should probably head out, right, Lucy? Lucy giggled. Okay, fine. She quickly turned and hugged Camille, then ran over to Joel and gave him a hug as well. Bye, guys. Love ya. Everyone else said their goodbyes as Lucy skipped out of the room. Come on, Dick, Gwen said to Ben as she turned to follow Lucy. You're gonna be calling me that all night, aren't you? So, what exactly do you do at a party? Gwen asked on the way to Lucy's friend's house. While it was embarrassing for her to admit, she genuinely didn't know what a real, non-family related party was supposed to be like. She had a general idea based on what she'd seen in TV shows, but she didn't believe TV reflected reality as much as Lucy did. Well, you really are a dweeb, Ben said. Oh, and I suppose you know. Gwen fired back. Relax, you two, Lucy said. Parties are fun. All you gotta do is find someone cute to hook up with, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Ben's eyes opened wide at Lucy's bold statement, but he said nothing. Lucy, Gwen said, appalled. We're 13, for crying out loud. Lucy giggled. I'm only joking, sort of. For real though, just have fun. Hang out. Talk to people. Eat food. Dance to the music. Play stupid party games. All that good stuff. Gwen nodded, accepting Lucy's simple explanation. Sometimes I feel like this alien is better at human stuff than I am. Just try to stay whelmed, Ben said to her. Gwen looked at him in confusion. It took her a moment to get the reference, but she laughed. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm Robin tonight. I gotta play the part. When the three of them arrived, Ben and Gwen stood behind Lucy while she knocked on the door. A girl dressed as some sort of vampire bride opened it. She smiled broadly when she saw who it was. Lucy, the girl said, stepping forward to hug her. So glad you could make it. Nice half-assed Wonder Woman costume, by the way, she joked. Lucy smirked. It's Wonder Girl, you Philistine. The vampire bride noticed Ben and Gwen standing behind Lucy. Hey, Gwen. Nice to see you. Gwen smiled awkwardly and nodded at the girl. She was a little surprised her classmate was able to recognize her with the cowl covering most of her face, but she figured her hair must have given her away. Next, the vampire bride studied Ben for a moment. I give up. Who's he? She asked. I'm Robin. Duh, Ben quipped. The girl laughed. Okay, smart ace. But who are you actually? She looked at Gwen for an answer. Him. He's nobody important, Gwen said. Hey. Ben complained. Lucy giggled. He's Ben. He's from the other school, she explained. Oh, okay, the vampire bride said. Well, come on in, guys. Welcome. Inside, the place was packed with kids from Gwen and Lucy's school, almost all of them in costumes. Music was blaring from another room. Several tables were cluttered with bowls of candy, chips, junk food, and 2-liter bottles of soda. The floor was already littered with discarded candy wrappers and plastic cups. Lucy was practically bouncing up and down with excitement. Her head darted back and forth as she looked around the room, smiling progressively wider as she recognized more and more of her friends. On the other hand, Ben and Gwen were less excited. Ben didn't know anyone there other than his cousins, and Gwen's mind was focused on something else. She wanted to make sure Lucy had been right earlier and that their costumes were not going to stand out as being nerdy. After seeing that girl's somewhat scary-looking vampire bride costume, Gwen had been skeptical. But now that she was inside, in addition to the scary costumes, she could see Spider-Man, someone that looked like they were from Game of Thrones, and 2 guys dressed as Boba Fett and Chewbacca. What are those 2 hanging out for? The girl dressed as Zero Suit Samus that Lucy had mentioned walked past them as Gwen looked around. She recognized her as another of her classmates who she hadn't talked to a whole lot. Ha! I guess Lucy was right. I know. That suit is tight, huh? Lucy said. Not that, Gwen said. I was just thinking you were right, about how nerdy everyone else's costumes are. Oh. Well, duh. I'm always right. Lucy giggled. Ooh. Let's go get some candy. Either wanting to change the topic or just having a low attention span, Lucy skipped over to one of the tables set up with candy and other snacks. Ben and Gwen followed her. Whoa, dude, Ben exclaimed upon seeing the assortment. King-sized ones. Geez, why did I ever go trick-or-treating on my side of town? Gwen laughed, grabbing a handful of candy out of the bowl. It's not too late to go trick-or-treating instead, she joked. Lucy was already tearing wrappers and shoving chocolate after chocolate into her mouth. I've always loved this stuff, she said, although it was hard to understand her with her mouth full. There's nothing like it on my planet. Whoa, hey, you might wanna be careful about saying that, Ben said, looking around to see if anyone had overheard her. Lucy laughed. Half the people here are claiming to be from other planets tonight. I think I'm good. Hey, is that Gwen? A voice from behind them said. Turning around, they saw a group of boys that Gwen and Lucy recognized from their class. It is. The boy said. And Lucy, another one of them said. Hey, guys. Lucy said, smiling excitedly. Didn't know you were gonna be here. Gwen wasn't quite as happy to see them, so she just smiled vaguely. Batgirl, huh? The one who'd originally spotted Gwen said. Cool. Didn't expect that from you. Ben narrowed his eyes and stared at the guy suspiciously. What were you expecting? Gwen asked. Lucy gave him a knowing smirk. Misty. Or maybe Kim Possible. She suggested. Ooh. The boy's friends started laughing, patting him on the back or giving him little jabs to the shoulder. His face turned red in embarrassment, but he managed to brush it off once his friends had calmed down. Seriously though, it's a cool costume. You look really great in it. Are these things sharp? He asked, raising his hand to touch the pointy ears of her cowl. With surprising speed, Ben reached out his arm and grabbed the boy's wrist. Dude. Really? He asked, giving the other boy his most unamused back-off face. The boy looked visibly frightened. Sorry, He meekly pulled his hand away and stepped backwards into his group of friends, who once again oohed him and slapped him on the back, laughing at him as they led him away. What'd you expect, dude? One of them asked. Yeah, seriously. You really think she wouldn't have a boyfriend already? Another said. Overhearing this, Lucy burst out laughing. Hey! Gwen shouted at Lucy. He's not. She turned and glared at Ben. What the hell was that? She yelled at him in a hushed tone. What? Ben asked, holding his arms up. I didn't do anything. Gwen sighed exasperatedly and rolled her eyes. Wow, Ben, Lucy said, recovering from her laughing fit. I had no idea anyone could be so intimidating dressed as the boy wonder. Poor guy probably thought you were gonna stomp him. Ben scratched the side of his head and looked away. Sorry. Whatever, Gwen said, wanting to drop the subject. Afterwards, the three of them walked around the house together, bumping into more people Gwen and Lucy knew from school. Gwen was really hoping Emily would be there, but she wasn't. Instead, it was mostly just kids she sort of knew, almost all of whom happened to be friends with Lucy. When they got to the entrance of the room where the music was coming from, Lucy got excited. Ooh. Come on, let's go dance. She said, hopping up and down while trying to pull Ben and Gwen into the room with her. Ben pulled away from Lucy's grip. I'd really rather not. Or, come on. Lucy moaned. I already know you can dance, she said, wiggling her eyebrows at him. That was at a wedding. And we weren't surrounded by other kids. He argued. Lucy pouted. Gwen. What about you? She asked. Gwen gave her an apologetic look and shook her head. I don't really want to either. Goo, Lucy moaned. You guys are lame. I'm gonna go dance. Ben and Gwen watched as Lucy ran into the room and joined the rave. Then they looked at each other. Well, now what? Ben asked. Home. Gwen looked around. She spotted tons of people she knew, but she didn't feel like talking to any of them. It must be even worse for him, not knowing anybody here. I don't know. We shouldn't have come here. This was stupid. Ben laughed at that. Yeah, I guess it was, huh? Gwen laughed too, feeling good about being on the same page as him for once. You wanna leave? Ben asked. Gwen looked back into the room where Lucy was now dancing in the middle of a huge circle of people. I'd feel kinda bad just ditching her. Ben nodded. Well then, how about we steal a ton of candy, find a less crowded room, and play some games? You bring any? Gwen narrowed her eyes. Of course not. I don't bring my 3DS with me everywhere. What's the point of that utility belt if you don't use it? Ben asked, gesturing to Gwen's belt. You got your phone at least? He asked. Gwen nodded. Yeah, of course. We got some mobile games we can play. So, how about it? Gwen took one last look around the room, then shrugged. I guess. Following Ben's plan, the two of them proceeded to ransack the snack tables. Gwen didn't want to take too much, but Ben grabbed all the candy he could and stuffed it into the pockets of his costume's surprisingly functional utility belt. Then, together, they made their way through the crowded house in search of some place quieter to wait for Lucy. Not finding anywhere good on the ground floor, they went upstairs. There was nobody up there, just a few empty bedrooms. I don't think we're supposed to be up here, Gwen said. Probably not, Ben agreed, taking a bite out of a king-sized candy bar as he walked into one of the bedrooms. Ben, Gwen complained, following him into the room. Relax, it's no big deal, he said, pulling off his domino mask. That's better. This thing gets hot as hell when it's pressed against your face all day. Gwen hadn't realized it until Ben had said it, but her mask was making her face sweaty too. She grabbed the bottom of her cowl and peeled it up over her head, leaving it to hang down her back. She fanned her face with her gloved hand and let the cool air wash over her. Then she noticed Ben looking at her. What? She asked. Ben cleared his throat after swallowing some candy, then he chuckled. Your hair is really messed up right now. Yeah, well, your hair is really messed up all the time, Gwen countered. Well, your face is really messed up all the time. Gwen laughed. That was a classic Ben/Gwen exchange if there ever was one, and it was definitely helping her loosen up. She'd felt so awkward downstairs with all those other people. But now she was alone with Ben, and after one little fake fight, she was already feeling more relaxed. So, she decided to close the door and join Ben. Ben pulled out his phone. So, we both got a lot of candy here. How about we make it interesting? Gwen took out her phone as well. You want to gamble with candy? She asked. Damn right. That way, when I walk out of here after crushing you, I'll have all your candy too. What could be better? You're so on, Gwen said, accepting his challenge. They both pulled out all the candy they'd taken from downstairs and piled it on top of the bed. You've got way more than me, Gwen said, seeing the difference in the size of their candy piles. Tough luck, dweeb. We should divide it evenly to start with. Hell no. I'm not giving you any of my candy for free. Gwen looked him in the eyes, smirking. Well, if you don't think you can win without a head start, I don't blame you. Ben moaned. All right, fine, he said, shoving a decent portion of his candy pile over to Gwen's until they were about even. Happy. Now, let's go. Lucy was panting as she exited the room. She loved to dance, and she would have kept at it for longer if the music hadn't stopped. Now, though, she could really go for some water. Heading over to one of the refreshment tables, she grabbed a plastic cup and filled it with ice water. As she gulped it down, she looked around the room for Ben and Gwen. Not seeing a Robin or a Batgirl anywhere, she checked her phone to see if they'd texted her at all. She had no new messages. Wonder what those two are up to. Lucy had a few ideas, but she wrote them off as wishful thinking on her part. She decided to look for them, starting with the rooms on this floor. As she searched for Ben and Gwen, she kept running into more of her friends from school, which sidetracked her for a few minutes each time. Eventually, she bumped into the group of boys they'd run into earlier. "Hey, it's Lucy again." "Sup, Lucy?" "Hey guys," Lucy said cheerfully. "Have you seen my cousin?" she asked, intentionally saying cousin rather than cousins. "Yeah," said the boy who'd been hitting on Gwen earlier. "She went upstairs with her boyfriend." "Not that he's salty or anything." "No, of course not. Not at all." "Oh, fuck you guys," the boy replied to his friend's taunts. They went upstairs, alone, where the bedrooms are. It took Lucy a moment to process what had just been said. A huge grin stretched across her face and her eyes shone brightly. "Oh my glob," she said excitedly before running for the stairs. "Oh please, oh please, oh please." She knew it was just wishful thinking again, but Lucy couldn't help but get her hopes up. Once she was about halfway up the stairs, she slowed down, deciding to creep up the remaining stairs quietly so Ben and Gwen wouldn't hear her coming. At the top of the stairs, she saw a hallway with several open doors and one closed one. With a smile on her face and her heart beating madly, Lucy carefully approached the closed door and leaned her head against it. After a moment, she could hear Ben and Gwen's voices coming from the other side. "No!" Gwen shouted. "Oh, come on. You top-decked exactly the card you needed to win right there." Ben laughed triumphantly. "Nah, that was pure skill on my part," he said, putting his hands on the pieces of candy Gwen had bet and sliding them over to his candy pile. At the moment, his was significantly larger than hers. "Ah, why are we even playing this stupid game? We might as well be flipping a coin," Gwen complained. "All right, fine," Ben said. "You pick the next game, and I'll crush you in that, too." Gwen looked at her dwindling candy stash and sighed. "No, I think I'll cut my losses. This is about what I started with anyway." Ben smiled smugly. "Well, do you know, you really are the smart one. You're not exactly my biggest competition in that area, doofus," she said as she began scooping up her candy and putting it back into her pockets. Once she'd put it all away, she looked up at Ben, who was still collecting his winnings. Thump. Gwen felt her heart pound, and a strange feeling she'd only felt once before overcame her. It was so different compared to how she'd been feeling earlier when she was downstairs with the rest of the party. For some reason, she felt compelled to say something to him. "Hey," she said, getting his attention. Ben stopped picking up his candy and looked at her. When they made eye contact, Gwen had to quickly glance off to the side, but she kept talking. "Thanks for coming here tonight," she said. She scratched the back of her neck nervously. "I guess I'm really not much of a party person after all. I don't think I would have enjoyed coming here tonight by myself, but you made it fun. So, thanks." Fighting her nervousness, she looked up and made eye contact with him again. Ben was just looking at her with a blank expression on his face, like he was surprised and had no idea how to respond. "Hey, don't look at me like that," Gwen said, glaring at him. "I'm not looking at you like anything," Ben said in his defense. "You're the one acting weird again." "Whatever, doofus," Gwen said, taking a candy bar out of her pocket and taking a bite out of it. Ben looked confused, then shook his head and went back to pocketing his candy. "We should go find Lucy," he suggested. Back outside in the hallway, Lucy pulled her head off of the door and crept away, heading back downstairs. Along the way, she couldn't stop grinning. Okay, that was adorable as all hell. We're so close, I can almost taste it. August, year -4. Look at them out there. Aren't they cute? Sandra said, looking out into the backyard from the kitchen window. It's good to know they get along so well, Frank said, taking a sip of his coffee. I was worried they'd end up fighting. Carl laughed. Ben's usually quite the fighter, actually. Little Gwen seems to have a way of calming him down. All four parents sat around the kitchen table, drinking coffee and discussing their children. Despite living in the same town, the two couples didn't get very many chances to see each other, so they let their kids play whenever they could. How were Ben's grades last year? Natalie asked. Sandra laughed. For heaven's sake, Natalie. They're 6. What do grades mean for kids their age? A lot, Natalie insisted. Gwen's already doing math at a 2nd grade level. Carl and Frank grinned at each other, rolling their eyes. The two brothers were glad their kids got along better than their wives. Outside, Ben ran across the yard and picked up a stick. Look, he said, thrusting the stick into the air in front of his cousin. It's the legendary sword. Wow, Gwen said, looking at the stick in awe. What does it do? It slays dragons, Ben said. Yeah. 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 He shouted, slashing at the air. Oh, are you a knight? Gwen asked. Yep. So I gotta fight the dragon and save the village. Ben declared, holding up the stick triumphantly. Okay. Gwen shouted, thrusting her fist in the air. Then I'm a wizard. I'll help you slay the dragon with my fireballs. She stepped forward and put her hands together, thrusting them forward like she was casting a spell. No. Ben shouted. Don't use fire. Don't you know anything about dragons? Oh, yeah, you're right. Then, ice. Gwen made the same spell-casting gesture. Yeah. Die, dragon. Ben leapt forward and began slashing at the air again. Back inside, their parents were watching them and laughing. So, they're fighting a dragon this time. Frank said. Awfully brave of them. Ben's all about the heroics, Carl commented. Knights, superheroes, Star Wars. He loves any good hero story. Well, maybe we can put a movie on for the two of them later. Sandra suggested. I'm sure Gwen would love any of Ben's favorites. Natalie sighed disapprovingly, but she took a sip of her coffee and said nothing. Outside, Ben stepped forward with purpose and stabbed the stick straight down into the ground. Defeated is the monster, he declared. Hooray! Gwen cheered, throwing her hands up in the air. Ben smiled and looked around, already trying to decide what to play with next. Then he had an idea. Hey! You wanna go inside and play video games? He asked Gwen. Gwen smiled and gasped. Your parents let you have video games? She asked in amazement. Yeah. Do Uncle Frank and Aunt Natalie not let you have them? Ben asked. Gwen shook her head. Well. Aunt Sandra and Uncle Carl are so cool. Come on, Ben said, taking Gwen's hand in his. Let's go inside. Gwen smiled and let Ben lead her into the house. Hey, there they are. Carl said as Ben entered through the back door, trailing Gwen behind him. How are you doing, kids? Sandra asked. Great. Gwen said. We slayed the dragon, Ben stated. Their parents laughed at how proud they sounded. Well, thank you for your service, good heroes, Frank said. "Daddy, can I play video games with Ben?" Gwen asked her father. "Well, sure, sweetheart," he agreed. "Eh?" Ben and Gwen shouted in unison before running out of the room. Sandra was beaming. "They really do get along, don't they?" "Of course they do. They're cousins, after all," Frank said. "Speaking of which, we should try to visit Joel sometime soon," Kyle suggested. "Dad and Uncle Gordon's business keep him so busy, we hardly ever see him." Frank chuckled. Gwen and Ben both think very highly of Joel. Maybe they'll help convince him to settle down and have some kids of his own someday. "Are you kidding?" Sandra laughed. "I can't imagine your cousin getting married. That handsome devil is gonna be a ladies' man till the day he dies." Over in another room of the house, Ben turned on the TV and his game console. Grabbing both controllers, he walked back to the couch and sat down next to Gwen, handing her one of the controllers. "How do you play?" Gwen asked, holding up the controller and examining all the buttons. "Don't worry, it's easy. I'll teach you." Gwen looked at her cousin's smiling face, brimming with confidence. She smiled back at him and nodded. "Okay." November, year 4. Gwen opened her eyes. Within the first few seconds of waking up, she forgot nearly all the details of her dream. All she could remember was that it was a memory from her childhood, and that Ben was there, but that was about it. Groggily, she sat up in her bed. Putting her hands to her temples, she tried to remember more clearly. She knew their parents had been bringing her and Ben to each other's house since they were little. Maybe it was something from before we started fighting. Gwen looked to the side of her bed at the framed picture of her and Ben that she kept on her desk. She smiled warmly, letting herself fall back to lay her head down on her pillow again. It was the weekend, so she didn't need to get ready for school. A few minutes later, she heard her phone vibrating on the table, so she reached out and grabbed it. Looking at the caller ID, she saw it was Lucy. "Hello," Gwen said, answering it. "Hey, Gwen." Lucy's voice sounded way too cheery for so early in the morning. "Hey, Lucy," Gwen replied. "What's going on?" "Nothing yet. You wanna hang out today?" "Yeah, okay." "What do you wanna do?" "Don't know. We'll figure it out as we go." "Ah, okay," Gwen said. "I'll text Ben." "Already tried him. He's busy today." "Busy?" Gwen asked. "With what?" "Shrug." Lucy said the word out loud over the phone. "I think he's just hanging out with some other people." "Who?" Gwen asked, narrowing her eyes. "I don't know," Lucy said. "If I knew, I would've said so." "All right, well, come on over whenever," Gwen said. "Will do. Bye." Gwen put her phone down. For some reason, she thought it was strange that Ben was busy. Not that he didn't have a life, but it had been a while since the last time he was unable to hang out. "I wonder who he could be with." "You did pretty well today," Julie said as Ben handed her the tennis rackets she'd lent him. "Heh. You kidding?" "I still suck at this," Ben said. Julie placed the rackets into her bag and zipped it up. "You don't suck at tennis." "Sure, you're not as good as me, but I've just been playing longer." "Yeah, right." Ben smiled and rolled his eyes at Julie's modesty as she picked up her bag and began to walk towards the doors. Being November, they were using an indoor tennis place since it was too cold to use the outdoor courts she normally used. On their way out, Julie put her bag in a locker by the entrance to the facility. "You're not bringing that with you?" Ben asked. It's fine, Julie said. I'm renting this locker. And I'll need my stuff when I come back here later this week. Ben nodded. At the moment, he had his left hand was in his pocket, trying to act casual while hiding it. However, it didn't work. Hey, is your arm doing okay? Julie asked. I noticed you were having trouble with your backhand swings today. There was clear concern in her voice, but she seemed to be trying to downplay it. Ben took his hand out of his pocket and looked at his arm. Yeah, it's okay. Are you sure? I was worried that tennis might not be good for it, Julie said. Yeah, you said that like 4 times before we played. Nah, I'm a righty anyway, Ben insisted, waving his hand like it was no big deal. Julie still looked concerned, but she nodded in acceptance. So Julie said, stretching her arms as they walked outside together. What do you wanna do now? Ben shrugged. Wanna go to the arcade? Julie looked at him and gave him an odd smile. You know, I've always found it a little weird how much you like the arcade. Why? Ben asked. I've seen your video game collection, Julie said. You've got way more games than that place does. Way better games, too. And they don't eat your quarters like candy. Plus, what is this, the 80s? Frankly, I'm surprised arcades even still exist. I've heard that from someone else before. Ben laughed. I don't know, they're just fun. They got those big old stand-up cabinets, games where you actually hold guns or ride motorcycles, plus they have pizza. They do have good pizza, Julie agreed. Exactly. So, you wanna go? Ben asked again. Sure, why not? Ooh. I wanna try that one with the toy gun and the foot pedal, Lucy said, skipping down the street as Gwen walked beside her. I thought you didn't like shooters, Gwen said. They're not all bad, Lucy said. Ooh. That reminds me, I got a new PS3 game that I have to show you sometime. I think there's a character you're really gonna love. When they got to the arcade, the first thing they did was the co-op mode of the game Lucy wanted to try. She hadn't been to the arcade since she'd moved to Bellwood, but she had been there before when she was living with Gwen. There were still lots of games she hadn't tried yet, including a few that were new. This time, she said she wanted to try them all. Geez, remind me never to give you a gun, Gwen said as they walked away from the game cabinet to go pick out the next one. Lucy giggled. And remind me never to give you a grenade launcher. I didn't know the game counted it as a kill streak if you do it all in one shot. Afterwards, Gwen and Lucy went down the row, playing a few other games that weren't already taken by someone else. As they rounded a corner, Lucy's face lit up. Look, it's Ben. She said, pointing. What? Gwen quickly turned her head. Sure enough, Ben was over on the other side of the room playing a fighting game with a dark-haired girl. Oh. Let's go say hi, Lucy suggested. No. Gwen held her arm out in front of Lucy to prevent her from heading over to him. Why not? Lucy asked, tilting her head. See that girl he's playing with? Gwen asked. Lucy looked at her. Yeah. She's pretty. That's Julie, Gwen said. Although she still hadn't met her properly, she knew what she looked like. Lucy looked back at Gwen with wide eyes, then looked at Julie again. I wanna go meet her. Gwen still didn't move her arm out of Lucy's way. I don't think we should go over there. Why not? Lucy asked. Gwen took a moment to try to think of a response, but she couldn't think of an answer that she could say to Lucy. I don't. Lucy looked at her sympathetically for a moment. I guess you're right, she said. It might be a little rude to show up unannounced and interrupt them. Gwen stopped stuttering and furrowed her brow in confusion. Who are you and what have you done with Lucy? I know. Let's just grab some pizza, and then we can check out that new store across the street, Lucy suggested. Gwen thought it was weird that Lucy would suggest leaving so soon, especially since she had wanted to play so many other games. However, she really wanted to avoid bumping into Ben and Julie, so she agreed. Sure, why not? At school the next day, Gwen grinned with excitement as she leafed through her book. Hey, Lucy greeted her as she approached her desk. Hey. Gwen happily returned the greeting. Good morning. Lucy smiled. Well, you certainly seem to be in a good mood this morning, she commented, pleasantly surprised. After they had left the arcade the day before, Gwen had been somewhat somber and untalkative for most of the day, so Lucy had probably been expecting her to be in a worse mood than she was. Did something happen after we hung out yesterday? She asked. Oh, no, Gwen said, shaking her head. But, I heard we're watching a documentary on Charles Darwin in biology today. Oh, Lucy said. Wait, that's what you're so happy about? Gwen nodded. He's kinda one of my science heroes. My mom gave me a couple of his books when I was younger. He was such a smart man. Lucy looked amused. You know, I'm sure Ben would have a thing or two to say about you having a crush on some scientist. Gwen laughed. Oh, I'm sure he'd call me a mega dweeb. But Darwin's not just some scientist. Yeah, I know. He's the evolution guy, Lucy said. My planet figured that stuff out, like, 800 years ago. Though I gotta say, you humans kinda got screwed over in that department. No shape-shifting, no fire generation, no super speed. Frankly, I'm surprised you haven't all been eaten by crocodiles. Now there's a well-evolved species. Yeah, well, I'd like to see a crocodile invent the wheel or discover the Higgs boson, Gwen said. I'm just messing with you, Lucy said, laughing. You know I love humans. Yeah, I've seen your weird Japanese I Heart Humanity t-shirt. Later that day, when it was time for biology, Gwen was still unnaturally excited. She already liked school normally, but she was practically skipping on the way to class. As she walked down the hall beside Lucy, smiling to herself, she noticed Lucy was giving her an amused look again. What? Gwen asked. Nothing, Lucy said. I'm just not used to being the sane one. Gwen laughed. Shut up. Like, seriously. Is this what it's normally like being you? Man, I must be so annoying, Lucy joked. When they got to class, Gwen settled down a little. As excited as she was worried about her classmates seeing her acting even more nerdy than usual. However, that didn't stop her from grinning excitedly when the teacher dimmed the lights and put the movie on. Most of Gwen and Lucy's classmates took out their phones, started doing homework for their next class, or just let their heads drop to their desks to sleep as soon as the movie started. Gwen, on the other hand, watched intently. Lucy also decided to take an interest in the documentary, but Gwen got the impression Lucy was more interested in learning about her interests than she was in learning about Darwin. The movie began with a classy British narrator giving a brief overview of Charles Darwin's major contributions to the world of science before delving into his life story. The whole documentary was intercut with scenes of a modern-day British professor teaching school children about Darwin, as well as scenes of actors reenacting moments from Darwin's life. Gwen was fascinated whenever the movie discussed Darwin's scientific work, but she didn't much care for most of the reenactment scenes. Some of them were interesting to her, such as the scenes depicting his research in the Galapagos Islands, but others were about his personal and family life, which Gwen found boring. 19th century life in England didn't interest her as much as science did. However, there was one scene from Darwin's personal life that captured her attention in the worst possible way. It started off boring enough. Darwin was at a fancy dinner party where he started chatting with a woman, which made Gwen realize this scene was probably about how Darwin met his wife. She rolled her eyes. "Get back to the good part, please." The scene cut to Darwin and the woman walking together in a grassy field on a bright, sunny day. They chatted some more, and then began flirting. Gwen thought the acting was really cringeworthy, and she was just about ready to give up and take out her phone like all her other classmates for a bit. But as the scene faded, the narrator's voice came in. Charles Darwin went on to marry his cousin, Emma Wedgwood, with whom he had 10 children. Gwen froze. She'd been resting her chin in her hand, which was propped up on the desk, bored. But as soon as the narrator spoke those words, her eyes bugged out. His cousin. Married. 10 kids. Gwen felt herself breaking out in a cold sweat. Her heart was beating fast, and she had to struggle to control her breathing. Out of nowhere, she'd become more nervous and uncomfortable than she'd been in a very, very long time. That can't be true, can it? They can't be real cousins. That's gotta mean, like, really really distant cousins or something, right? Gwen had stopped paying attention to the movie. The weirdness of this newfound knowledge was all she could think about now. It just made no sense to her. Cousins don't get married. Before she had a chance to stop it, the image of Ben popped into the front of her mind. She would have given anything to avoid thinking about him right now, but just the word cousin always brought him to mind, so she couldn't help it. No. No. Goddamn, no. Gwen shut her eyes and pressed her face into her hands. Then she had another thought. Lucy was sitting right next to her. She must have picked up on the cousin marriage thing, and she probably saw her silently freaking out about it too. Cautiously, she tilted her head to the side and risked a glance at Lucy. The other girl was looking ahead, but it was hard to tell if she was actually watching the movie or just spacing out. She noticed Gwen looking at her out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to look at her. "What?" she whispered quietly to Gwen. The expression on her face didn't seem to imply she'd noticed anything out of the ordinary. She just looked bored, which is not a look Gwen was used to seeing on Lucy. Gwen shook her head and mouthed nothing to Lucy, then faced forward again. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lucy must not have been paying enough attention to notice that part, or if she had noticed it, she didn't seem to have any intention of using it to make jokes. "It's fine. Just forget it. Just watch the video." As much as Gwen tried to get that one line from the documentary out of her head, she couldn't. For the rest of the school day, it was constantly interrupting her thoughts, causing her to have even more unpleasant thoughts about Ben. She still considered herself lucky that Lucy seemed to have missed that part, but the other girl had definitely noticed something was wrong later. She kept asking Gwen if she was okay whenever she caught her having another silent freak out, but Gwen continuously insisted she was fine. When the two of them left school that day, they talked for a bit as they walked to the park together. So, what did you end up thinking of that documentary today? Lucy asked. Gwen tensed up. Stay calm. She's not probing. She's just making conversation. Well, it was okay. I wished it had focused more on Darwin's scientific work than his personal life, though Gwen said truthfully, trying to sound casual. Yeah, and the acting was terrible, Lucy said. But I loved the way everyone talked. So much I say, it's nearly tea time, old chap. Gwen began to laugh at Lucy's mock British accent, but she was caught off guard when Lucy suddenly gasped. Hitherto, Ben. She shouted, making an exaggerated waving gesture to greet him. Gwen's laughter ceased almost instantly, looking around and realizing her surroundings. They were already at the park, and Ben was only a short distance away from them. Seeing him so suddenly, she flinched, and the smile drained from her face. Don't think about it. As Ben approached, he raised his eyebrows, noticing Gwen's weird reaction. Hey, guys, he greeted them. What's up with you, dweeb? Gwen glared at him. What kind of a hello was that? She asked, suddenly very irritated with him. However, she immediately felt bad about her snippy reply. Don't take it out on him, you idiot. Well, it was a better one than yours, Ben countered. Lucy, seeing the two of them already beginning their glare war, slid along the ground and inserted herself between them. Okay, she said, holding out her arms and tapping them each on the shoulder. I know what we're gonna do today. We're gonna go to my house, and we're gonna get Joel to let us mess around with some of his old plumber gear. Wait, what? Ben asked, his attention grabbed successfully. You heard me, Lucy confirmed. I found huge boxes of it in the attic. Would he really let us touch that kind of stuff? Gwen asked. I mean, Grandpa is always warning us not to play with any of his plumber tech. Gwen and Ben had both always seen their father's cousin Joel as sort of the cool uncle type, but letting them play with his potentially dangerous alien technology seemed like too much even for him. Nah, he'll be cool with it, Lucy assured them. He already told me he'd let us check out some of the less lethal stuff. Come on, it'll be fun. Without waiting for an answer from either of them, she started skipping off in the direction of her house. Ben and Gwen looked at each other. Silently, they both shrugged and turned to follow Lucy. Later that night, Gwen was back home in her room. After spending most of the afternoon at Lucy's house, she had a lot of homework to do and not a whole lot of time to do it, unless she wanted to stay up super late. Knowing this, she was very motivated to get it done. However, as she worked, a certain nagging thought continued to bother her. She was able to block it out fairly well at first, but as the night dragged on, she couldn't fight it off anymore. Darwin, and his cousin. She shivered at the thought. And even worse was how she was unable to stop thinking of Ben whenever it came up. Darwin and his wife, they couldn't have been real cousins. Like, not first cousins. That kind of thing just doesn't happen. Gwen tapped her pencil on her desk and rubbed her head. She tried to stop thinking about it, but she couldn't. Eventually, she gave up, and with a defeated sigh, she pushed her books and papers to the side to pull her laptop in front of her. I'm looking this up, it can't be right. Gwen went straight to Wikipedia and looked up Charles Darwin. Charles Robert Darwin was an English naturalist, geologist and biologist, best known for his contributions to the science of evolution, Gwen whispered as she read aloud. Yeah. Gwen scrolled down, looking at the information listed below Darwin's portrait on the right side of the screen. Listed under spouse, S, was Emma Wedgwood. There, see. Different last names. They couldn't have been that closely related. Gwen had never been more relieved to have the same last name as Ben. Just to confirm, she clicked on Emma Wedgwood's name to pull up her Wikipedia page. Emma Darwin, née Wedgwood, was an English woman who was the wife and first cousin of Charles Darwin. Fuck. It was true. Darwin and his wife weren't distantly related barely cousins as Gwen had hoped. They were first cousins. Just like me and Ben. Gwen buried her face in her hands. She hated this revelation. It infuriated her that the universe had chosen now of all times to dump this information on her. Just when I was trying to. Gwen cleared her throat. Looking back at Emma Darwin's Wikipedia page, she noticed something in the sentence she'd just read. The words wife and first cousin were a blue hyperlink. She hovered over it and a preview of the Wikipedia article for cousin marriage appeared beneath her cursor. Gwen froze for a moment. She experienced the same cold sweat she'd felt in class when she'd first learned about this. It made her feel dirty, like she was looking at something she wasn't supposed to. She knew it would be better if she just dropped the subject and tried to forget about the whole thing, but she just couldn't. Thinking of it as just morbid curiosity, she clicked the link. Cousin marriage is marriage between cousins. Opinions and practice vary widely across the world. In some cultures and communities, cousin marriage is considered ideal and actively encouraged, in others, it is subject to social stigma. Well, of course it's subject to social stigma. What kind of communities freaking encourage it? Glancing at the right side of the screen, she spotted some familiar faces in the article image. Sure enough, the caption read Charles Darwin and his wife Emma were first cousins. Gee, thanks for reminding me. Gwen closed her web browser and forcefully shut her laptop. She groaned as she leaned back, covering her face with her hands. So gross, she said aloud. With her eyes closed, the image of Ben appeared in her mind. Goddamn, stop! She shouted, slamming her hands down on her desk. After taking a moment to recover, she looked nervously over her shoulder towards her bedroom door, wanting to be sure it was closed and worried her parents might have heard her outburst. Hands shaking, she curled up in her chair, hugging her legs. I'm overthinking this. Of course I am. I always do that with stupid stuff like this. Gwen scolded herself in her head. She hated how easily this sort of thing got to her. Just relax. Don't think about it. Taking a deep breath, she put her legs down and scooted her chair closer to her desk. Pushing her laptop to the side, she reached for her books to get back to her homework. Any other nonsense she was worried about could wait. Okay, sure. Lucy said. This is her. This is the girl I was telling you about. Gwen lowered her controller and watched the cutscene playing on Lucy's TV. A door opened up, and a wounded woman fell inside, clutching her side and panting. Whoa, come on now, get on up. An older man following behind her leaned down to help her back up. Get the fuck away from her. The man turned to see a teenage girl charging at him with a knife. Lucy squealed. That's her. That's her. She said, pointing to the girl with the knife. What? Really? Gwen asked. Hey, another woman stepped in and grabbed the girl by the wrist, trying to wrestle the knife away from her. Let her go, the wounded woman said. The other woman shoved the girl's arm away from her, and the two of them glared at each other. You're recruiting kind of young, aren't ya?" the man asked. "She's not one of mine," the wounded woman said, slowly standing up. "Shit," the teenage girl exclaimed when she saw the woman's bleeding wound. "What happened?" See, Lucy said. "She sounds just like you." Gwen turned to look at Lucy with a skeptical look on her face. "What? No way. She doesn't sound anything like me." "Yes, she does. She totally does," Lucy insisted. "I don't swear that much," Gwen said. "You do when you're mad at Ben," Lucy countered. Gwen opened her mouth to deny it, but she paused. "Okay, well, maybe sometimes. But it's not my fault the doofus can get so infuriating. Pshhhh, you know you love the way he annoys you," Lucy said, waving her hand. Gwen glared at Lucy, blushing a little. "Shut up," she said, turning her head to watch the rest of the cuisine. Once it was finished, the two of them decided it was a good place to stop for now. "Hey, can I ask you something?" "About Ben?" Lucy asked in a somewhat serious tone. Gwen got a little nervous, but she nodded and tried to sound calm. "Sure. What is it?" "Well, you seem to be getting mad at him a lot lately," Lucy said. "I know you always do that and everything, but in, like, the last week or so, it's kinda been happening a lot." Gwen gave Lucy a nervous smile, but she felt embarrassed. She knew exactly what Lucy was talking about. Lately, every time she saw Ben, that stupid documentary and those stupid Wikipedia articles would pop into her head. It was always so awkward, but she couldn't let them know what the problem was. The best cover-up strategy she could ever come up with on the spot always seemed to be snapping at Ben the moment he did anything even mildly irritating. She didn't think either of them would notice if she did something she always did with Ben. But, of course, the oddly perceptive Lucy could tell anyway. "Is something bothering you? Are you and him fighting about something?" Lucy asked. "No," Gwen said, shaking her head. "No, it's nothing like that." Lucy looked at her very sympathetically. "You know you can tell me anything, right? If there's something bothering you, I wanna help. And I won't tell anyone anything. I promise." Gwen was unsure of how to react. For a moment, she considered just telling Lucy the truth about the weird problem she'd been having. After all, she definitely seemed like she knew something already. Maybe Len Opens really can read minds. Thanks, but it's really nothing," Gwen lied. Lucy kept staring at her, and Gwen could tell she wasn't buying it. "This is just how Ben and I have always been. We fight, we make up, we fight, we make up again." That was true enough. The only difference was Ben hadn't done anything this time. It was all because of her, not him. "I mean, maybe I have been kind of hard on him lately," she admitted. "I'll try to be nicer to him next time we hang out. I promise." Lucy looked unsatisfied, but she gave her a reassuring smile. "Okay," Lucy said. "Just as long as you're all right." "I am," Gwen lied again. "But thanks, though." "Really?" Gwen immediately felt bad. She hated lying to Lucy. She was one of the only people she could tell just about anything, but this problem was just too weird to tell anyone about. "I need to get over this myself." Ben walked down the path, staring at his arm. It looked a lot better than it used to, but the mark was still visible. He didn't think about it as much anymore, but he remembered it every once in a while, and it made him feel like a freak. Sighing, He rolled up his sleeve as he spotted Gwen and Lucy waiting for him at their usual after-school meeting place. As far as he could tell, they weren't worried about his arm anymore, and he wanted to keep it that way. "Yo," Ben said, raising his hand and greeting his cousins once he got close enough. Gwen and Lucy had been talking, but as soon as he greeted them, Lucy's face lit up. "Hey, Ben," she said. Gwen looked up at him too, but she just looked irritated. "Excuse me, doofus." We were in the middle of Gwen suddenly stopped herself. Her expression changed, like she'd just realized she'd forgotten something. She cleared her throat and started talking again. Sorry about that." "What's up?" she greeted Ben, giving him an apologetic smile. Ben knit his brow, confused by Gwen's behavior. "I'll never understand this person." He looked to Lucy, hoping he might be able to figure out what was happening from her. She was quickly flicking her eyes back and forth between him and Gwen with a dumb smile on her face. "I'll never understand this one either." Ben blinked. Anyway. Sorry I couldn't hang out yesterday." "So, what do you guys wanna do today?" Gwen looked at Lucy. "We could go to your house again. Pick up where we left off." But then Ben would miss the first bit of the game, Lucy said. "Is that game you were talking about before, Lucy?" Ben asked. "Yeah. What do you think? You wanna try it out too?" Lucy asked. "Sure," Ben said. Gwen looked back at him. "We can start a new file so you can do the opening. It's really good, trust me." "You guys are gonna share a file?" Lucy asked. "Yeah," Gwen said. "We do joint playthroughs of single-player games a lot, actually." Ben laughed. "Yeah, she needs me to get her through the hard parts." "I will fight you any day of the week, Benjamin Tennyson," Gwen said, jutting out her arm and pointing at Ben. "Besides, this game's got puzzles, and we both know you always get stuck on the puzzles." "Hey, video games are about simulated violence. Puzzles aren't important," Ben said, waving his hand dismissively. Gwen glared at him, then she sighed and actually chuckled a little. "Whatever, doofus. Come on, let's head to Lucy's." February, year -3. "Don't cry," Ben said, kneeling beside Gwen and rubbing her back comfortingly. "It's okay, okay." Gwen was sobbing uncontrollably, curled up in a ball, pressing her face into her knees. "No, it's not," Gwen wailed. "He's gone." "I'll help," Ben said. "I'll find you a new cat." "No." Gwen shook her head. "No, no, no. It won't be the same. Then I'll bring him back to life. Or I'll go back in time and stop him from dying," Ben declared. "That won't work," Gwen said through her tears. "He's gone. He was gonna be with me forever, but now he won't be." "But I gotta help somehow," Ben insisted. "It's my job." Gwen continued to weep, shaking her head with her eyes closed. Ben slid himself over so he was kneeling in front of her, then reached out to put his hands on her shoulders. "Gwen. Let me help. I don't want you to cry." Still sobbing, Gwen lifted her head and looked into her cousin's eyes. "I'll do whatever I can, and I'll stay with you until you feel better." "Okay." Gwen continued to sob for a moment. You promise?" "I promise," Ben said. "I may not be as good as a cat, but at least I won't scratch you as much." Gwen managed a little laugh at Ben's joke, even if tears were still streaming down her face. "See? I'm making you feel better already," Ben said. I'm awesome at this. Gwen smiled for a moment, but it faded as she closed her eyes and fell forward into Ben's arms. Ben hugged her, and she went back to crying into his chest. Shh. Shh. It's okay, Ben assured her. He gently rubbed her back and whispered to her, the way his mother did when he cried. He didn't mind sitting there with her at all. He was going to stay with her as long as she needed him to. December, Year 4, Part 1. Ben was very confused when he woke up. Some extremely vague memory was floating around in his head, but he couldn't quite place it. Did I used to have a cat? Ben shook his head. That wasn't it. Gwen was in the dream, so maybe she and her cat t-shirts were making him think of a cat. But what was Gwen doing there? Didn't we hate each other when we were kids? He couldn't tell if his dream had even been a real memory. However, he gave up on thinking about it after a minute, shrugging it off and reaching for his phone to check the time. It was Saturday morning. He had plans to go to the mall with Lucy today. She'd agreed, quite eagerly, to help him pick out a birthday present for Gwen. He was glad to have her on board because he was completely blanking on ideas. I want to do something nice for her. Ben considered asking his mother for a ride to the mall, but decided not to. He didn't know how long he was going to take, so he didn't want her to have to wait for her. He was also a little too embarrassed to ask since he thought wanting to go to the mall was too much of a teenage girl thing. So he decided to walk. On the way, he had a thought. This'll be so much faster if I go XLR8. He reached his right hand over to his left wrist, then froze. Without even looking, he remembered he didn't have the Omnitrix anymore. Goddamn! I always do this. Ben sighed and kept walking. One of the worst things about losing the Omnitrix was the walking. It was pretty easy to navigate Bellwood on foot, and his parents' lax nature meant he was free to walk around town and go wherever he wanted, so he was no stranger to walking. But back when he had the Omnitrix, if he'd needed to walk somewhere really far, he always had the option of switching to his favorite alien and just running there at super speed. He didn't have that option anymore, so walking usually ended up being his only choice, and it felt so slow now. When he finally reached the mall parking lot, he spotted Lucy waiting over by the mall entrance, wearing a jacket and a scarf and carrying a purse. While she waited, she had her hands clasped behind her back and she was cutely swaying side to side. With her long blonde hair flowing down her back, Ben couldn't help but notice how pretty she looked. He felt weird when he realized most people would probably think they looked like a couple out on a date as they walked around together that day. Wait, is that what people think when they see me and Gwen, too? However, that startling revelation was interrupted when Lucy called out to him. Ben. Having noticed him walking over to her, she waved. He waved back as he walked towards her, and she skipped out to meet him halfway. Hello. She said, giving him a hug when she got to him. Hey, Lucy, Ben greeted her. Lucy broke her hug and stepped back. You ready? Sure, yeah, Ben said, already trying to think of gift ideas. Great. Lucy stepped over to Ben's side and wrapped her arms around one of his. Shall we? Ah, okay. This isn't helping the looking like a couple on a date thing. So, where do you wanna try first? Lucy asked as they walked into the mall together. Ben thought for a moment. The bookstore, he decided. She hasn't mentioned any books to me lately, though. You? Nope, Lucy answered. But that's a good place to start. Gwen loves reading. On the way to the bookstore, Ben tried to think of any books that had been released recently that Gwen might want. However, he didn't really follow book releases, so he didn't have a clue where to begin. Plus, he was very distracted at the moment. He kept looking around worriedly. Maybe he was just being paranoid, but he swore he saw people looking at them. Okay, I probably look really cool with a pretty girl clinging to my arm like this, but it's kinda awkward. Ah, Lucy, Ben said. Lucy perked up, smiling up at him expectantly. Maybe we shouldn't be, like, walking so close to each other like this, he said, nervously glancing around. Lucy smirked. What's the matter, Ben? She stopped walking, which forced Ben to a stop as well. Still smirking, she leaned in, bringing her face dangerously close to his. Am I making you nervous? Ben leaned away from her, his face turning red. Oh, no more than you usually do. Ah, so you always feel this way around me, huh? She asked, leaning in further to chase him as he leaned away. You do know we're in public, right? Ben asked. Lucy giggled, letting go of Ben's arm and stepping back. Sorry. Didn't mean to embarrass you that much, she said. If you don't want me hanging off of you like that, I won't. Ben scratched the back of his neck, still looking around to make sure they weren't drawing too much attention to themselves. I mean, it wasn't really a big deal or anything, and hey, can't say I blame you for wanting to, he said with a smug smile, wanting to lighten the mood. Lucy smiled and held out her arm. How about we just hold hands? Would that be better? Ben noticed she was blushing slightly. She actually looked kind of shy for once. What's up with her all of a sudden? Ben had doubts about Lucy's sudden, uncharacteristic bashfulness, but he shrugged. Whatever, he said, taking hold of her hand and trying not to think about how this wasn't really any different. Lucy smiled brightly, evidently very happy with Ben's acquiescence. Without another word on the matter, the two of them walked hand in hand the rest of the way to the mall's bookstore. Once there, Ben and Lucy walked up and down the rows of shelves, looking for any books they thought Gwen might like. How about this one? Lucy asked, holding up a mystery novel. Ben shook his head. No, she's read that one already. She hated it. Guessed the ending, like, 2 chapters in. Plus, she's way more into older stuff, like Agatha Christie. Lucy raised an eyebrow, but she shrugged and put the book down. In the next row, she picked up another one. What about this one? Ben laughed. Don't even get her started on dystopian young adult novels. If we get her that, she'll spend the next week ranting about all the ways it's cliched and shitty. Lucy laughed. I can easily picture her doing that. Ben saw a book he recognized on a new releases stand. He reached for it, wanting to examine it more closely. Ooh. I know that series. It's pretty good. You think Gwen would want it? Lucy asked. Yeah, Gwen likes this series too, but I just remembered she already asked her mom for it, Ben said, putting the book back down. You know, if she's already getting a book from her mom, maybe I should get her something else. Lucy eyed Ben curiously. By the way, how do you know so much about the books she reads? Ben chuckled. Who do you think has to listen to her book reviews? It's not like she's in a book club. It's very nice of you to listen to her like that. Pfft, like I have a choice, Ben said dismissively. So are you, Lucy said with a smirk. Come on, let's try another store. Ben and Lucy went back outside and walked down the line of other stores, looking for one that might have something good. Once again, they held hands as they walked, and Lucy seemed to be in an even better mood than she normally was. Lucy stopped suddenly when they passed in front of a clothing store. "How about here?" I don't think I should get her clothes," Ben said. "Why not?" Lucy asked. "I don't know, it's just weird," Ben insisted. "Besides, nobody likes getting sweaters and tube socks for presents." A playfully devious smile spread across Lucy's face. "What about underwear?" "Oh, come on." Ben rolled his eyes. "I can model it for you," Lucy suggested. "Aren't moving on," Ben said, grabbing Lucy's hand and pulling her away from the store. Lucy giggled. "Oh, come on. I wasn't really going to. Unless you wanted me to." "Not listening," Ben declared, pulling her along without looking at her. "Oh, you're no fun," Lucy complained. The next store they tried was a video game store. "Ooh, she'll probably like this one, right?" Lucy said, grabbing a game case off the shelf. Ben was deep in thought. He looked around and saw plenty of games he figured Gwen might enjoy, but it just didn't seem like the right kind of gift. "Yeah, she would." "But what?" Lucy asked. "I don't know. I just don't think a game would be special enough, I guess." Lucy said like she'd just seen something adorable. "Shut up," Ben said. Lucy shook her head. "You wanna try another store then?" she suggested. "Yeah. Let's go." They didn't have any luck with the next few stores they tried either. Around noon, they decided to take a break and get some lunch in the food court. "Any other ideas?" Lucy asked Ben, sitting across from him as they ate. Ben was staring up at the ceiling, trying to think. "Not really," he admitted. Lucy chewed her food for a moment, then spoke again. "Well, what kind of gifts have you gotten her before?" "Well, last year I got her that stone that she made into the charm of telekinesis, but I don't think I can find another one of those. Plus, I really don't think she wants another one." Ben knit his brow and looked deep in thought for a moment, then he continued. "And the year before that, I got her a photo album. I think it would be kinda unoriginal to do that again, though." "What about the year before that?" Lucy asked when Ben paused. Ben suddenly felt guilty, his eyes darting around to avoid eye contact. "We kinda didn't start giving each other birthday presents until 2 years ago, so." Lucy looked surprised. "Wait, seriously?" "Yeah, we didn't always get along," Ben explained. "We still don't a lot of the time, but it used to be a lot worse." "Like, a lot worse?" Lucy looked extremely skeptical, like she couldn't comprehend him and Gwen ever being on seriously bad terms. "Well, what did she get you last year?" she asked. Ben reached into his shirt and pulled out the locket. Lucy gasped, smiling. "That's where you got that?" "Yep," Ben said, opening the locket and holding it out for Lucy to see. "It might seem a little lame, I guess, but..." Lucy gasped louder this time, leaning forward to snatch the locket in both hands. "Whoa, hey!" Ben complained, forced to lean forward as Lucy pulled on his necklace. Lucy had a big dumb smile on her face as she examined it. It's you. Both of you," Lucy said happily as she looked at the picture of him and Gwen inside the locket. "Well, yeah. She put a protection spell on it. She said it works better if it has the image of both the caster and the one being protected on it," Ben explained. Lucy smirked at him like he'd just said something naive. What? It does, right? Ben didn't know much about magic, but Gwen's explanation had seemed like it made sense. Lucy let go of his necklace, allowing Ben to lean back into his chair and place the locket safely back under his shirt. Well, does that give you any ideas? Lucy asked. Ben took another moment to think. You know, it might, actually. Don't even think about it, Mr. Sandra said. Gwen smirked from across the room, getting a kick out of seeing Ben's mom chiding him. Oh, come on. Ben stood in the kitchen, eating the birthday cake. It is my birthday, he insisted. You can wait until everyone else gets here, his mother said. Relax, doofus, Gwen said, walking up next to him and putting a hand on his shoulder. Lucy'll be here any minute. Then you can pig out all you want. She turned and looked at the large chocolate birthday cake laid out on the table, a big 14 spelled out on it in frosting. It does look delicious though, Aunt Sandra. Thank you for bringing it. Thank you, dear Sandra said, giving Gwen a motherly smile. Ben sighed and walked over to the other room, so Gwen followed him. Geez, you'd think he was starving. In the living room, Max was recounting an old story while his sons and Natalie sat and listened. Frank and Carl were cracking up, but Gwen's mother didn't seem amused. In previous years, this small gathering of their close family members would have been the only ones in attendance. However, Lucy, Joel, and Camille would be joining them this year as well. Lucy had wanted to throw them a huge party with lots of kids from school, but Ben and Gwen had managed to talk her out of it. In one corner of the room, 2 stacks of colorfully wrapped presents lie on top of a table. Not a bad haul this year, huh? Ben said, looking over his stack. Yeah, Gwen agreed. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. They knew they both had presents for each other that weren't piled up with the others. It was an unspoken agreement between the two of them that they would only give each other their presents in private instead. Rather than saying anything else, they gave each other a knowing nod. Later. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. However, the knocking didn't stop after a few taps, but kept going at a steady, rapid pace. What's all that noise coming from the door? Max asked. Gee, I wonder, Gwen said. She walked over to her foyer, with Ben following behind her. She grabbed the doorknob and twisted it. As soon as she'd pulled the front door open a crack, it was shoved the rest of the way open. Whoa, pshaw. Happy birthday! Lucy shouted as she burst inside. Ben stood back a few feet and laughed as he watched Gwen deal with Lucy's hug. Joel and Camille stepped through the doorway next, holding presents and smiling pleasantly at the events unfolding before them. Happy birthday, you two, Joel said. Happy birthday, Gwen, Camille said before turning to Ben. And happy birthday, Ben. Thanks. Ben said. Gwen was too busy to respond. Okay, I get it, she said, laughing despite her annoyance. You can get off me, now. Grabbing Lucy by both arms, Gwen managed to wrestle the other girl off of her. Lucy's smile didn't fade for a second. Happy birthday! She shouted at Ben this time. Luckily, Ben was prepared for her, and he managed to brace himself before she ran over and hugged him. Thanks, Lucy, Ben said. Now, who wants cake? Ben asked loudly to everyone. Lucy gasped and her eyes lit up. Cake! She shouted, running into the next room. Everyone filed into the kitchen and gathered around the table. Ben took the serving knife and cut a slice of the cake. Gwen stood next to him holding out a paper plate, but rather than give the slice to her, he put it down on his own plate and started eating. You know, if you cut the cake, you're supposed to serve others first, Doofus, Gwen told him. Then why don't you serve everyone else first, dweeb? Ben challenged, talking with his mouth full. Gwen rolled her eyes. It's all right, their grandfather said, stepping up and taking the serving knife. I'll cut the rest. Here, Gwen. You can have the next piece. Gwen smiled at him. Thanks, Grandpa, she said as he placed a slice of cake on her plate. You're welcome, sweetheart, Max said. Then he cut the next slice. Lucy, would you like? Yes. Lucy said, springing up next to Max and holding her plate up in his face. Ben, Gwen, and Lucy scarfed down their cake much quicker than the adults, so the adults brought their plates with them into the family room when it was time to open presents. From most of the family, Ben and Gwen got their usual range of gifts. Books, video games, clothing. As they opened those gifts, Lucy sat off to the side holding 2 presents, excitedly bouncing in her seat as she watched them. Lucy, would you like us to open your gifts now? Gwen asked once the others were all opened. Lucy smiled, stood up, and held her presents out to them. Here you go. Ben and Gwen each took the one with their name on it and tore off the wrapping paper, discovering a pair of matching t-shirts. Ben's had an arrow pointing to the right and read I'm with Dweeb, while Gwen's had an arrow pointing to the left and read I'm with Doofus. Ben laughed. Are you freaking kidding me? Seriously? Gwen asked, smiling good-naturedly. Lucy held up her phone to capture their initial reactions, then giggled happily. The rest of the family found it as entertaining as she did and laughed along with her. Once everyone had settled down, Ben and Gwen looked at each other and had another silent conversation. Nodding, Ben grabbed one of the new games his parents had given him. Gwen, Lucy, you guys wanna go try this out? Okay, Gwen agreed. Sure. Lucy said. The 3 of them headed up to Gwen's room, leaving the adults behind to talk amongst themselves. Once they were upstairs, Ben removed the rest of the clear wrapping around the game case as if he were really planning to play it. Hey, you know, I actually left something downstairs, Lucy said, giving Ben and Gwen a knowing smile. I'm gonna go get it. I'll be back in a lot of minutes. So, you know, have fun you two. Lucy winked at them just before stepping out of the room and shutting the door. Gwen glared at the door, blushing. You don't have to make it sound weird. She looked at Ben and smiled nervously at him. Do you want me to go first? Can I go first, actually? Ben asked. Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Gwen said. Ben took a deep breath and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small, rectangular box, neatly wrapped in a ribbon. He carefully handed it to Gwen. Untying the ribbon on top of the box, Gwen opened it up. Inside was a small gold locket, very similar to the one she'd given him last year. She lifted it out of the box and opened it up. Inside was a picture of her and Ben from the previous summer. I know, but, hear me out, Ben said, even though Gwen hadn't even reacted yet. She looked up at him curiously, so he continued. Now, I know it looks like I'm just totally ripping you off and giving you the exact same gift you gave me last year, but listen. He took another deep breath before he continued. That locket is not magical, in any way, he said. Gwen was confused. What? Ben scratched the back of his neck nervously. I've been thinking a lot about some things you said last summer, he said. About our fight on that rooftop before those drones took you. Gwen's eyes opened wide with fear, but it wasn't because of the memory of being abducted. Oh God, no. She'd said so much during that rooftop conversation. She'd said a lot of very serious things that the two of them hadn't talked about at all since then. This follow-up conversation was bound to happen eventually, but up until now, Gwen had been content with avoiding it for as long as possible. I know, Ben said, although it was hard for Gwen to know whether or not he could truly tell how she felt. I'm sorry. Gwen tilted her head curiously, not completely clear what he was apologizing for yet. What do you mean? I'm sorry I pushed you so hard to get stronger with magic, he said. I should have known you didn't want to be Gwendolyn. And I definitely should have known you didn't want me to be Ben 10,000. I just liked being a hero so much, I figured I was just gonna keep doing it forever. I didn't even stop to think that it might not have been what you wanted. Ben looked at his bare left wrist longingly. Ben. Gwen spoke, her eyes watering slightly. Does he actually understand? You don't have to be a hero if you don't want to, Ben said. You don't have to make any more charms of Bizzle if you don't want to, either. Whatever you want to do, I'm okay with it. Gwen was amazed by everything Ben had just said. He was taking this completely different than he had back on that rooftop. She felt such tremendous relief, she couldn't even find the words to respond. Is that okay? Ben asked, since Gwen was just staring at him and looking to be on the verge of tears. I mean, besides, it's not like I can be a hero anymore, anyway. But you. Ben. Gwen spoke softly. Let me give you my present. Moving quickly, she walked over to her dresser and pulled one of the drawers open, reaching beneath a pile of clothes where she'd hidden her gift for Ben. She walked back over to him and handed him a similar square box with a bow on top of it. My present? Ben asked. Open it. Ben complied. Inside was a gold watch. He took it out and examined at it, then looked up at Gwen. Look on the back, Gwen instructed. Ben flipped the watch over in his hand. On the back of it, there was an inscription. Gwen could see he was reading it, even though he didn't say anything out loud. But Gwen knew what it said. You'll always be a hero to me. Ben didn't look back up for a moment, so Gwen spoke. I know nothing can ever replace the Omnitrix. But, I thought, maybe, I don't know. Gwen, Ben said, looking up at her, eyes watering. They stared at each other for a moment. Without another word, they each stepped forward to close the distance between them, wrapping their arms around each other in a hug, lingering for a bit longer than usual. With Gwen's face in Ben's shoulder and Ben's face by the side of Gwen's head, they both silently wept a few tears of joy, sniffling a little, but not crying. After a few moments, they stepped back. Still enjoying a comfortable silence, Gwen picked up the new watch she'd gotten for Ben. She grabbed his hand to hold his arm out, then secured the watch around his wrist. She lingered there for a moment, her hands on his, staring into his eyes. Does this mean? Gwen felt her heart beating hard, so she pulled her hands away. Next, she grabbed her charm of Bizzle necklace and lifted it over her head, dropping it off to the side onto her bed. It's time to move on. Ben nodded in understanding, picking up the new locket he'd gotten for her. Gwen bowed her head forward slightly, letting Ben slowly place the new necklace around her neck. As she stood up straight, Ben took a moment to examine his new watch, so she did the same with the picture in her new locket. When their eyes met again, Ben spoke. Good? He asked simply. Good, Gwen confirmed, nodding slightly. A brief silence followed, then Gwen spoke again. Happy birthday, Ben. Happy birthday, Gwen. Gwen and Lucy left the building together after school. Since Gwen had to go to karate, they weren't going to hang out with Ben until later, so they were walking home instead of to the park. I don't know why every teacher wants to have a test or a project due right before Christmas break, Gwen complained to Lucy. I mean, I don't mind the work, but can't they spread it out a little? Like, one could have been due last week, and another could have been put off until after break or something. You know. Millimeter. Lucy made a noise in agreement. Gwen tilted her head, glancing at Lucy. She's a little untalkative today. Lucy glanced over at her as well, but she quickly turned her head away when she and Gwen made eye contact. Gwen furrowed her brow in confusion, but kept talking. At least most of them will probably be pretty easy. The only one I really don't like is that history paper. If we need to have that done by the due date without making it turn out mediocre, it should have been assigned, like, a week earlier. Millimeter. Again, Gwen turned her head, making Lucy quickly look away. Okay, something's up. Gwen stopped walking. When Lucy noticed, she stopped as well. Are you okay? Gwen asked. What? Lucy perked up. Yeah, of course. She said with a bright smile. Gwen narrowed her eyes skeptically. You're not usually this quiet. And you've been looking at me funny all day. Lucy giggled nervously. Her smile got a little weaker, and her cheeks flushed a bit as she avoided eye contact. Well, I was just thinking, do you have a date to the dance yet? What? Gwen asked. Gwen's school had a dance for the 8th graders right before winter break, sort of like a middle school prom sort of thing. No. Why? Will you go with me? Lucy asked, fidgeting nervously. What? Gwen shouldn't have been so surprised, but Lucy's request had come out of nowhere. Plus, the way she was acting was really weird. Lucy was normally cheerful and super straightforward, not nervous and bashful. No. No, Lucy, come on. There's at least 2 very good reasons why I can't, Gwen answered, turning Lucy down. Are you sure? Lucy asked. I mean, it doesn't have to be a date, you know. Lots of people I know are just going together as friends. Well, I just don't really wanna go to the dance, Gwen said. Why not? Lucy asked. Don't you know how to dance? Yeah, I took cotillion for 3 years, Gwen said. But, like, why go to a dance without a date? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of a dance? None of the guys who always hit on you have asked you yet. No. Actually, most of them haven't flirted with me at all recently, Gwen said. I guess they finally gave up. Lucy grinned like she knew something Gwen didn't. What's so funny? Gwen asked. Nothing, Lucy said. Anyway, if you want a date, just ask one of those guys. You know they'll say yes. Gwen thought for a moment. I don't know. Some of them are pretty nice. And cute, Lucy chimed in. Gwen decided not to comment on that. I just don't think I like any of them that way. I mean, I still barely know any of them. Maybe that's because you don't try to get to know them, Lucy pointed out. Gwen didn't say anything to that, so Lucy spoke again. Can you invite someone from another school? I think so, Gwen said. You probably have to fill out a form or something, though. Why? You could take Ben. Gwen's expression immediately changed to a shocked glare. "Lucy!" she shouted. "No. That's even weirder than going with you. It's weirder to go with your cousin than with an alien." "Yes. Okay, calm down," Lucy said, holding her hands up disarmingly. "I am calm." Gwen crossed her arms, scowling. Lucy took a breath, considering something. "Well, if you don't want to go with him, do you mind if I go with him?" Gwen opened her mouth to say something, still glaring at Lucy, but she stopped herself. "I mean, I guess it's different for you, so," she mumbled. Lucy leaned in closer to Gwen. "So, you really wouldn't mind?" "No. Why would I care?" Gwen asked defensively. "Great." Lucy stepped back and smiled. "This'll be fun, even if Ben's not the best dancer." "Yeah, I know," Gwen muttered. Lucy looked at her strangely, so she figured she wanted her to elaborate. "I gave him dance lessons right before the wedding. He was pretty terrible." Lucy smiled brightly and giggled with glee. Gwen rolled her eyes. "But still though, what about you?" Lucy asked. "What about me?" "You know. You still want to go to the dance with someone, right?" Gwen still had her arms crossed, but she raised one hand to twist a lock of her hair while she thought. "I don't know, I still don't really want to go." "Please come," Lucy begged. She stepped forward and clasped Gwen's hand with both of hers, leaning in. She brought her face close to Gwen's and stared at her with pleading eyes. "It'll be so much more fun if you're there. You, me, and Ben can hang out all night, just the three of us. It'll be just like Camille and Joel's wedding." Gwen's face was turning red again. Having Lucy's face that close to hers was making her nervous. Well, okay. I guess if you really want me to." "Yes. Thank you so much." Lucy planted a quick kiss on Gwen's cheek before hopping backwards away from her. Gwen opened her mouth to complain, but no sound came out. Instead, her face turned even redder, and she brought her hand up to her face where Lucy had kissed her. "Gwen. You okay?" Lucy asked. Gwen rubbed her cheek and turned away. "We should get going," she said, starting to walk again. "I don't want to be late for karate." The next day, Ben was expecting to find both Gwen and Lucy at the park. As far as he knew, Gwen wasn't busy today. But as he approached, he saw only Lucy standing by the bench. As it was cold and snowy out still, she was dressed in a coat, scarf, and boots. Coming from school, she had her backpack on as well. Ben was reminded of earlier in the month when he'd gone to meet her at the mall because she was doing that same cutesy swaying thing she did when she was waiting for him back then. "She really is pretty." Ben shook his head. "This isn't the time for that." "It's never the time for that." Lucy smiled and waved at him as he got closer. "Yo," he greeted her, holding up his hand in a vague wave. "Where's Gwen?" "Busy with a project," Lucy said. Ben looked confused. "There's only, like, a couple days left before winter break." Lucy shrugged. "I don't think it's actually due until after break, but she wanted to get started on it ahead of time." Ben shook his head. "That's some classic Gwen." Lucy gave him an exaggerated pout. "Why, do you like Gwen more than me?" she asked jokingly. Ha, Ben gave a sarcastic laugh, which made Lucy giggle. "Anyway, it's kinda cold out here, so let's go to my house," Ben suggested. "Okay." Lucy agreed. She wrapped her arms around Ben's and started walking, pulling Ben along with her. She's doing it again. Ben still felt weird walking with Lucy like this. It reminded him too much of how he and Julie sometimes acted with each other back when they were still dating. But even though it felt weird, he couldn't exactly say he hated it. When they got to his house, they took off their backpacks and boots and hung up their coats in the closet by the front door. Once she had removed her winter gear, Lucy took a moment to stretch, adjust her clothing, and fix her hair. Ben didn't mean to, but he stared. The way she ran her hands through her long, beautiful hair was like something out of a photo shoot. A little bit too late, he noticed Lucy was looking at him. Oh. This was usually the part where she made fun of him or got even more flirty to make him uncomfortable. That certainly was one of her favorite activities. But this time, she didn't. Instead, she gave him an appreciative but slightly embarrassed smile. She was even blushing a little. Wait, what? So, what do you wanna do? Ben asked, hoping he could change the subject before this one even started. Video games. TV. Food. Lucy hesitated. Can I ask you something first? Ben was unsure what she was up to. She's never like this. Sure. What's up? Ben asked. Lucy hesitated again, bouncing nervously on the balls of her feet and rubbing her hands together. Will you be my date to my school dance next week? It took Ben a moment to comprehend what Lucy had just said. He wasn't sure how to respond. Is Gwen okay with that? He asked, mostly to stall for time. An interesting smile spread across Lucy's face. Of course. Why? Is there some reason she wouldn't be? No. I just mean, don't you think it'd be kinda weird? I mean, we're related. Kinda. Pfft, Lucy waved her hand dismissively. Relax. Nobody there will know that except me and Gwen. Ben was unconvinced. He stood there, shifting around uncomfortably. Lucy's apparent confidence seemed to fade away. So, will you? She asked again. Sure. Why not? Ben finally answered. Yay. Lucy cheered, leaping with joy. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. It'll be just like when we danced together at Camille and Joel's wedding. Lucy clasped her hands together over her heart and gazed upwards dreamily. Ben didn't like being reminded of that embarrassing memory. Lucy gasped, like she'd just thought of something. Do you still have that purple tux you wore home? Oh. No. That was my grandpa's. And I, sorta ripped it, Ben admitted. Oh, Lucy moaned. That's okay. She said, perking up. We'll get you something snazzy to replace it with. Ooh, I can't wait. Ben wasn't feeling particularly excited. He hoped he wouldn't regret what he'd just agreed to. But on the other hand, seeing Lucy this happy made him smile. Ooh. And one more thing, Lucy said. Bring yellow roses. Oh, you like those too? Ben asked. Lucy looked at him in confusion. Those are Gwen's favorite flower, Ben explained. Lucy looked surprised. How did you know that? Ben shrugged. Just cause. So, wanna watch TV? He suggested, trying once again to change the subject. Okay. Lucy said happily. She ran over to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, she said quietly, then skipped into the next room. Ben's hand immediately went to his face where she'd kissed him. His face suddenly felt hot. Wow! What's going on here? December, Year 4, Part 2. On the day of the dance, Gwen waited up in her room for Lucy to come pick her up. She kept looking at herself in the mirror, adjusting the new dress Lucy had helped her pick out a few days earlier. It reminded her of the dress she wore to Joel and Camille's wedding, except it was a lighter shade of blue, it was sleeveless, and it was a bit shorter. She'd had to get a new pair of shoes too, since the heels she'd worn to the wedding were too small for her now as well. Luckily, she'd been able to convince Lucy to let her get a pair with heels that weren't too high. She didn't think she'd be able to walk in any of the pairs Lucy had suggested. Thinking about how tonight was going to go made Gwen nervous. She knew she wouldn't be the only one there without a date, since most kids her age just went to these things as a group of friends or as friend dates like Lucy had mentioned. But it felt like she was just going to another party like that one she'd gone to on Halloween. What's even the point of going to the dance if we're only going to hang out with each other anyway? The thought of Ben and Lucy sent an image flashing through her mind. An image of Ben wearing a suit like he had at Joel and Camille's wedding and of Lucy wearing the dress she'd picked out when Gwen had gotten hers. The two of them walking arm in arm to her school dance, and then slow dancing together like she'd seen couples do in the movies. Gwen's chest felt tight. The fact that Lucy was taking Ben as her date to this thing still felt really weird to her, even though she'd told Lucy she would be fine with it. The three of them had hung out several times since she'd asked him, and those two had seemed much more flirty ever since then. She knew this dance wasn't a real date for them, and she knew they weren't even really related. But even so, she couldn't stand seeing them act like that for some reason. Gwen jumped in surprise when she heard a knock on her door. "Gwen," came her father's voice. "Yeah, Dad. Lucy's here." Gwen took a deep breath. "Okay. I'll be right down." A few moments later, Gwen left her room. As she walked down the stairs, she could see her parents chatting with Camille. Lucy was standing off to the side, twirling like a ballerina in her beautiful new dress. When she noticed Gwen, Lucy stopped twirling and stared at her, smiling brightly, eyes wide open in awe. Gwen didn't exactly dislike it, but it was embarrassing to have someone look at her like that. "Oh my gosh, Gwen," Lucy said, giving her a hug as she reached the bottom of the stairs. "You look gorgeous." "Thanks, Lucy." Gwen smiled awkwardly. Despite having gotten many of them from Lucy, she still wasn't used to that kind of compliment. "You look great, too." "You all set, Gwen?" Camille asked. "Yeah, I'm ready," Gwen confirmed. After saying their goodbyes to her parents, they left. On the way to the school where the dance was being held, Gwen and Lucy rode in the back seat while Camille sat up front and drove. Gwen nervously fumbled with the hem of her dress. Looking to her side, she saw Lucy merrily kicking her legs up and down in her seat, humming happily to herself. Lucy noticed Gwen looking at her and smiled. "Guess which teachers are chaperoning tonight?" Lucy said. Who?" Gwen asked. "Mr. Sal." Gwen was surprised. "The other science teacher. The bald one who hates fun." "Yep." Gwen laughed. "How the heck did he get stuck doing this?" "Guess who else?" "Who?" "Mr. Brentworth." "Oh, I've never had him." "I have him for English." "He's super cute," Lucy said. Laughter came from the front seat. "You know he is, Camille. You've met him before." "He is indeed," Camille agreed. Lucy giggled, and Gwen couldn't help but join in. By the time they arrived at the school, Gwen was feeling much more relaxed than she had been back at her house. Camille dropped them off in the parking lot and drove off after Lucy gave her a kiss goodbye. Gwen looked around. It was already dark out, but there were street lights on all around the parking lot. In the distance, she could see a huge crowd of kids dressed in nice clothes by the entrance to the gym. Ben said he'd meet us here, right? Gwen asked. Yep, Lucy said. She squinted and put her hand above her eyes like a lookout, scanning the distant crowd. There he is! She shouted, pointing towards him. Ben was standing by himself off to the side, away from the crowd of other kids waiting for their dates. Let's go, Lucy said. She made a move to run over to him, but she stumbled and nearly fell over. Gwen laughed. These things are a pain, huh? She asked, holding up her foot and showing off one of her heels. Yeah, but they're so pretty, Lucy said, fixing her shoes. Come on, let's go grab him. As they approached Ben, he was looking at his new watch. He didn't notice them until they were just a couple steps away. When he looked up, his eyes went wide in astonishment, much like Lucy's had when she saw Gwen coming down the stairs before they left. Lucy giggled at his reaction. He was looking back and forth between the two of them, and even though Gwen was certain he was only reacting to Lucy, she still found herself blushing under his gaze. Hey, Ben. Lucy greeted him with a sly smile. Hey, guys, Ben said, snapping out of his daze. Hey, doofus, Gwen said. I like this look for you. You look really good in a suit, Lucy said, complimenting Ben. Hey, damn right I do, he said, grinning smugly and pressing his fists to his waist, striking a superhero pose. I feel like James freaking Bond in this thing. Gwen rolled her eyes at their flirting, then noticed Ben was holding a fistful of flowers in his right hand. Are those? She began to ask in surprise. Ben followed Gwen's gaze. Yep, he said, holding up the flowers. You still like these things, right? Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that. Seeing him holding her favorite flowers, Gwen realized with astonishment that he must have brought them for her. Did you? Or, Ben's so thoughtful, isn't he? Lucy interrupted. Ooh. I know. She grabbed one of the roses and turned towards Gwen. Hold still, she said, carefully inserting the flower's stem into Gwen's hair above her right ear. She then took another rose and put it in her own hair the same way. So, how do we look? Ben looked them both up and down, once again staring in silent awe. Girly, he said. Gee, thanks, doofus, Gwen said sarcastically. Lucy giggled. Don't take it too harshly, Gwen. He's just too embarrassed to admit he thinks we're beautiful. Ben rolled his eyes, but didn't deny anything. Gwen decided to change the subject. So, are we gonna go inside, or? Hey, yeah. Lucy said. To the dance. Gwen watched as Lucy locked arms with Ben, ready for him to lead her inside. That same annoyance she felt whenever she saw them acting like this returned, but then Lucy wrapped her other arm around Gwen's. Ben and Gwen both looked at Lucy in confusion. Lucy gave each of them a loving smile. Shall we? Linked at the arms, Lucy led both Ben and Gwen into the gymnasium. Inside, Gwen and Lucy saw many of their classmates. Everyone was dressed in formal wear, milling about in groups or gathered around the refreshment tables. The lights were dimmed, but there were spotlights and mirror balls providing constant and spinning streams of light. Music was playing, and many couples were already crowding the dance floor. A few chaperones patrolled up and down, keeping an eye on the kids to make sure nobody was doing anything inappropriate. "You know we look like we're off to see the wizard, right?" Gwen asked once they were inside. Lucy and Ben laughed, and the three of them unlinked their arms. Lucy took a good look around the room. She smiled excitedly and her eyes were filled with wonder as she took in the scene. "Wow, isn't this amazing?" she asked. "It looks just like the proms in the movies." "Looks all right," Ben said unenthusiastically. "This isn't a prom," Gwen pointed out. "Oh, spoil sports," Lucy said, waving her hand dismissively. "Now," she said, clapping her hands together. "Let's go find our friends and say hi real quick, and then you and me." She stepped up to Ben, poking her finger into his chest. "We're gonna dance." Ben smiled nervously and looked over at Gwen for backup, but Gwen just looked at them both blankly. "It's fine. I don't care." The three of them grabbed drinks from the refreshment table, and then Lucy led them around the room to say hi to all of her friends. Many of them knew Gwen as well, and a few even recognized Ben from the Halloween party. Gwen was pleasantly surprised that most of these encounters ended up being a lot less awkward than she'd expected, mostly because nobody was taking this middle school dance thing as seriously as she'd assumed they would. As they made their way around the perimeter of the dance floor, a familiar voice came from behind them. "Hey, it's Gwen." They stopped and turned around to find a group of kids standing together. Gwen recognized the boy who'd spoken as one of her classmates, the one who seemed to have a bit of a crush on her. He was with the same friends he'd been with at the Halloween party, and two of his friends were with dates who Gwen also recognized from school. "Oh. Hey," Gwen said. "Hey." Lucy greeted them. "I wasn't sure you'd be coming tonight," Gwen's classmate said as he and his friends moved towards them. "I didn't know if." He stopped talking and noticeably flinched a little when he noticed Ben standing next to her. Lucy, the guy's friends, and their dates all chuckled slightly. Ben looked at him, and he seemed a little confused by his reaction. "Hey," he said to Ben. "Do I know you?" Ben asked, not recognizing him. No." He took a step back. "Well, have fun, Gwen." "You too, Lucy." "Thanks." Lucy said. "Yeah, thanks," Gwen said. The group of them walked away, his friends and their dates trying and failing to contain their laughter. "Dude, every time. You gotta know when to quit, man." "Yeah, her boyfriend looks like he could mess you up." "Guys, come on." With all the noise around her, Gwen couldn't hear that exchange loudly enough to be upset by it, but Lucy certainly seemed amused by something. After that encounter, the three of them went back to the refreshment table, grabbed some desserts, and sat down to eat on some of the many chairs set up along the walls of the gymnasium. As they ate, they joked around about the other kids from school they'd seen so far. The music that had been playing the whole time suddenly stopped for a moment before switching to a slow dance song. Lucy devoured the rest of her brownie and hopped to her feet. "All right, my darling ring bearer," she said, holding out her hand to Ben. "Come dance with your flower girl." Ben smiled nervously, but he took her hand and stood up. "We'll just be a minute, okay, Gwen?" Lucy said, giving her an apologetic smile. "Don't worry. I'll be fine here," Gwen said, although she wasn't particularly happy at the prospect of sitting there alone. "Great. Bye." Lucy pulled Ben out to the middle of the dance floor. She put his hand on her waist and her hand on his shoulder, and the two of them joined the many couples dancing around them. Ben was nervous at first, but he managed to remember the dance lessons Gwen had given him years ago. It also helped that he didn't really know any of the other kids around him, so he had less to be embarrassed about. As they danced, Lucy stared into Ben's eyes and smiled charmingly. "I'm starting to have flashbacks," she said. Ben smiled in return. "Yeah. I guess this is pretty much how we met. It's kind of romantic, isn't it?" Lucy said with a smirk. "Totally." Ben laughed lightly. He'd been expecting this kind of teasing from her since the day she'd asked him to the dance, so he was well prepared for it. "Just don't trip me on your sludge this time. Don't give me any ideas." The song they were dancing to was pretty long, so they spent several minutes like that, holding on to each other and moving in a small circle. Ben couldn't help but notice some subtle changes in the way Lucy was looking at him as their dance went on. She still looked happy and like she was having fun, but there was some other quality to it that he couldn't quite place. There was something else Ben noticed as he danced with her. "I'm kinda liking this." The last time he'd danced with Lucy, back at Joel and Camille's wedding, it had been pretty awkward and embarrassing the whole time. But now, years later and dancing with the same girl, it was undeniable how beautiful she was, and he found himself wishing his school had a dance he could take her to in return. When the song ended, Ben and Lucy stopped moving. They stood there for a moment, still holding each other. Lucy took another step forward to hug him, then gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, Ben," she said. "Sure. You're welcome." Ben wasn't sure how to react to that, so that's all he could think to say. Not letting go of his hand, Lucy pulled him along with her off of the dance floor and back over to Gwen. When they got there, Gwen was sitting right where they'd left her. Ben noticed she was staring at the wall off to the side, like she was making a point of not looking at them. She looked really annoyed too, and that was a look he knew all too well on her. "'Kay, Gwen," Lucy said, letting go of Ben's hand and stepping over to her. "Your turn." She held out her hand as Gwen turned to look at them. Confused, Gwen raised an eyebrow at Lucy's hand. "What?" "Your turn," Lucy repeated. "Come on. It's a dance. Come dance with me." Gwen blinked. But. It'll be fun, trust me." Lucy grabbed Gwen's hand and pulled her to her feet. "You don't mind, do you, Ben?" she asked. Ben was about twice as bewildered as Gwen looked. Great." Lucy didn't finish waiting for approval, pulling Gwen with her to the dance floor just as the next slow dance song started. When they stopped in the middle of the dance floor, Gwen held out her hands and looked Lucy up and down nervously. How should I?" "I'll do the guy part," Lucy said, giving her a reassuring smile. She brought Gwen's hand to her shoulder and put her own hand on Gwen's waist. Gwen flinched a little at the contact. "Hey, it's okay," Lucy said in a soothing voice. "It's just me," she reminded her, looking her in the eyes and giving her that same reassuring smile. Gwen still felt weird, but Lucy was being very comforting. Rather than dwell on the fact that she was dancing with another girl, she decided to think back to her cotillion days and dance the way she knew how. It was certainly different, but it was easy enough for her to adjust. Lucy was being quite delicate. At first, she kept up the warm, disarming smile as she danced with her. It took a minute or two, but eventually, Gwen smiled back at her. "I guess this isn't so bad." Once Gwen was comfortable, Lucy's smile grew wider. "See? What'd I tell you? This is nice." "Yeah, I guess. I'm really glad you came with me tonight, Lucy said in an earnest voice. I mean it. I am too, Gwen admitted. After a few more minutes of dancing, the song ended, leaving the two of them standing in each other's arms. Lucy was still smiling, happy as could be. Gwen was smiling as well, but she was still bewildered by the whole thing. She was surprised even further when Lucy repeated her actions with Ben, stepping forward to hug her before giving her a kiss on the cheek. Gwen was practically in a daze when Lucy led her back over to Ben. All right, Lucy said, getting their attention. This is awesome, she declared. I'll be back in a minute. And when I get back, you and me are going for round 2. She poked Ben in the chest as she spoke, then quickly walked away. Lucy made her way through the crowd, heading for the doors. After exiting into the hallway, she quickly rounded the corner and ducked into the nearest restroom. Glad to find it empty, she immediately walked up to the sinks, putting her hands on the counter and staring at herself in the mirror. The smile she'd showed Ben and Gwen was gone. She wore a troubled expression on her face as she took a few deep breaths. Images of herself dancing with Ben and with Gwen filled her mind's eye. The way they'd looked at her. The way they'd both made her feel as she stared into those gorgeous emerald eyes. This wasn't part of the plan. She leaned forward and put her hands to her head, rubbing her temples. She tried not to think of how handsome Ben was or how beautiful Gwen looked tonight. She tried not to think of everything they'd done for her over the years. She tried not to think of a lot of things that were hard to ignore while she was on a date with her 2 favorite people in the world. This isn't about you. This is about them. Lucy had to remind herself what she was there for. Things weren't going exactly the way she'd wanted, but she was making progress. Okay. There's still time. There's just one more thing I need to do. She took a few moments to calm herself down some more. Once her hands had stopped shaking, she stood up straight, smoothed out her dress, and took a long, deep breath before exiting the room. When she got back to the gymnasium, she found Ben and Gwen sitting next to each other, talking happily amongst themselves. Hey! She greeted them cheerily. Any evidence of her recent distress had been erased from her demeanor. Ben and Gwen looked up at her. Hey, they both said in unison. Sorry to interrupt, but can I borrow this one again? She asked Gwen, grabbing Ben by the sleeve. Sure. Go for it, Gwen acquiesced. Great. Tugging him to his feet, she took him by the hand and once again led him out onto the dance floor. Ben didn't feel awkward at all this time. He and Lucy held on to each other and danced together as if they'd done it dozens of times before. So, what were you and Gwen talking about just now? Lucy asked. Ben shrugged. Nothing much. She seems to be having a good time, though. So, thanks for bringing us. Lucy looked proud of herself. My pleasure. The two of them continued to dance for a bit. Ben even managed to impress himself by moving somewhat smoothly for once. You're actually a pretty good dancer, Lucy said, also sounding surprised. Ben chuckled. Well, I learned from the best. After saying that, the memory of dancing with Gwen popped into his head. I never thought I'd actually be grateful to her for that. Lucy smiled knowingly, which Ben found odd. Then, in the middle of the song, she suddenly took her hands off of him and took a step back. What's up? Ben asked, wondering why she'd stopped. Just a sec, Lucy said, holding up a finger and turning away from him. But. Just a sec. Lucy repeated, leaving him there and heading over to Gwen. Back in her seat, Gwen was sitting with her arms crossed, leaning back and staring into space. She was trying not to look at Ben and Lucy again. However, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lucy approaching her. "Hey!" Lucy greeted her. "Hey! Where's Ben?" Gwen asked, not seeing him with her. "Over there," Lucy pointed. Gwen followed her finger and could see Ben standing alone amongst the crowd on the dance floor, looking around in confusion. She looked back at Lucy questioningly. Lucy sat down and lifted up her foot, grabbing it with both hands with a mildly pained expression on her face. "These heels are killing me," she said. Gwen looked at Lucy's shoes. Her heels were a couple inches taller than her own. "How does she even walk in those things?" "Told you you should have gotten shorter ones," Gwen said with a chuckle. "Yeah, I know," Lucy agreed, putting her foot back on the ground. "Anyway, would you mind taking my place for a bit while I rest my feet?" Gwen furrowed her brow. "Taking your place with what?" Lucy looked back at the dance floor, and Gwen followed her gaze. She was looking back at Ben. "What, you want me to what?" "Just for a song or two," Lucy said. "Lucy, I can't do that," Gwen said, shaking her head. "Why not?" Lucy asked. "You've done it before, haven't you?" "Yeah, to teach him. In private." "Gwen, come on. It's not like it's a big deal or anything. And besides, look at him out there." Lucy gestured towards Ben, who was still waiting patiently on the dance floor. "You can't just leave him hanging like that." Gwen looked across the room at Ben. It had been really embarrassing when her grandfather had caught her dancing with him. But when she thought about it, dancing with him hadn't been so bad up until that point. She wasn't sure what came over her, but she slowly stood up. "See, there you go. Have fun out there," Lucy said, giving Gwen a push. Gwen didn't look back at her. Staying focused on Ben, she took a deep breath, then marched across the floor over to where he was standing. She wasn't sure why, but her hands were shaking as she walked towards him. Ben was staring off into space when he noticed her approaching him. He seemed surprised to see her instead of Lucy. "Gwen?" he asked. "What are you?" "Shut up and give me your hands," Gwen said, glaring as if she were mad at him about something. Ben flinched in surprise at the forcefulness of her command, but he didn't argue. All right," he said, putting one hand in hers and setting the other on her waist like she'd taught him. Gwen put her other hand on his shoulder, and they began to dance. For Gwen, something weird happened. She'd been worried about dancing with him in front of all these other people at first, but as she looked into Ben's eyes, everyone else just seemed to fade into the background. The only sounds she could hear were the music and her own heartbeat. Neither of them said a word as they danced. Gwen was no longer glaring. Instead, they looked at each other the same way they had when they'd given each other their birthday presents. "This is nice." A strange sort of calm bliss washed over her as she danced with him. Without even realizing what she was doing, she slowly brought herself in closer, falling into his arms and resting her head against his chest as they continued to softly rock back and forth to the slow dance music. Ben did nothing to stop her, wrapping his arms around her acceptingly. Thump. Gwen felt it again. That same, unnaturally strong heartbeat she'd felt on their birthday, on Halloween, and back when Ben had woken up in the hospital. She didn't understand it, but a mass of strange, incomprehensible thoughts and feelings began to overtake her. What? Gwen couldn't sleep that night. She lied awake in her bed thinking of the night's events. She'd only danced with Ben for one song, but it was a long one. When it had ended, the two of them had rejoined Lucy until the dance ended and everyone was sent home. But the strange feelings she had experienced didn't fade. She had somehow managed to make it through the rest of the dance, but now that she was alone with her thoughts, she was forced to confront them. It can't be. There was, of course, an obvious answer. But Gwen didn't want to accept it. It makes no sense. She'd been repeating the same things to herself for a few hours now, ever since she'd parted ways with Ben and Lucy for the night. She wrestled with these thoughts, trying to keep them down, hoping to find another solution, any other solution. But she couldn't. I like him. Her entire body tensed up at the admission. It was something she knew she must have been denying for some time now, but after tonight, she just couldn't deny it anymore. She liked Ben. She loved him. She loved him in a way that she knew she couldn't. Gwen suddenly felt sick. She wrapped her arms around her stomach and curled up on her bed, hoping the feeling would pass, but it didn't. Quickly, she got out of bed, running out of her room and down the hall to the bathroom. Slamming the door behind her, she collapsed in front of the toilet. After gagging and heaving for a bit, she vomited into the bowl. Oh God! When she was finished, she felt very weak. She could barely manage to reach up and flush the toilet. Afterwards, she slid along the bathroom floor, backing into the corner and sitting up against the wall. She curled up into a ball, wrapping her arms around her legs like she always did when she felt this terrible. She still felt sick, and before she knew it, she was crying too. Slowly at first, but she was bawling her eyes out before long. Her parents were in the house, so she did her best to stay quiet, but it wasn't easy. No, 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 she whispered to herself, pressing her face into her knees to muffle her sobbing. Why? She felt a tremendous guilt weighing down on her, like she had done something so wrong that anyone who found out about it would hate her. She imagined what everyone would say. The kids at school would think she was a freak. Her family would think there was something very wrong with her. And Ben. Oh God, no. What would Ben think? Just how disgusted would he be if he knew? Would he still want to be her best friend? Would he even want to see her at all? The thought of being abandoned by Ben made everything so much worse. Unable to help herself, Gwen wailed loudly for a few seconds before quickly quieting herself again. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but Gwen felt like she had been sitting there for at least an hour when she finally managed to calm down enough to pull herself back to her feet. She looked at herself in the mirror. She was a complete mess. Her hair was askew, there were tears dripping down her face, there was red all around her eyes, and she still had traces of vomit on her chin. Still sniffling a bit, she turned the knob on the sink and splashed some water in her face, making some effort to clean herself up a little. Once she was finished, she carefully opened the bathroom door and peeked out. She saw nothing but the dark hallway. Luckily, it seemed she'd been able to keep quiet enough not to wake her parents up. Silently, she crept down the hall back to her room and slid the door shut behind her. Then she collapsed onto her bed. She felt dead tired. Her admission had been physically and emotionally draining to a degree she hadn't thought possible. And just when she thought it was over, she started crying again. Not as much as before, but tears fell from her eyes again and she sniffled quietly. Why? Just why? Unable to stop, she cried herself to sleep. Gwen slept in past 10 the next morning. When she awoke, she didn't feel like moving. It was the first day of winter break, so she didn't have to do anything today, but she knew Ben and Lucy would want to hang out. She didn't think she'd be able to face Ben today, so she didn't get up to check her phone. Instead, she chose to continue lying there, staring up at the ceiling. All the same terrible thoughts that had gone through her head the night before were still swarming around in her mind, but at least she was too burned out to cry about it anymore. After 45 minutes of staring at the ceiling, she heard a knock on the door that made her shut her eyes in annoyance. Just go away. The thought of having to deal with anyone right now was unthinkable. She hoped that whoever it was would just leave if she didn't answer. Gwen. Are you in there? Her father's voice came from the other side of her door, followed by him knocking again. Gwen whimpered and opened her eyes again. Yes, she called to her father. Can I come in? Yes. Frank cautiously opened the door and entered the room. When he saw her, he looked shocked. Gwen, is everything all right? He asked, concern heavy in his tone. God no. Yeah, Dad. I'm just not feeling very well. There was no way she could tell him what was really wrong, so she figured the best excuse for moping around in bed all day would be that she was sick. Oh, honey. Frank came over and sat on the side of Gwen's bed, pressing the back of his hand lightly against his daughter's forehead. Well, you stay in bed if you're feeling sick. Can you eat something? I don't know. Maybe, Gwen said unenthusiastically. Frank stood up. I'll bring you some breakfast. And some water. As he walked towards the door, he stopped and turned back around. Did you have plans to meet with Ben and Lucy today? Goddamit. Gwen felt like a heavy weight had been dropped on her chest. No. Not today, she replied quietly. Well, you still might want to send them a message just to let them know you're sick, okay? Frank suggested. Okay, Gwen said weakly, not looking at her father. She heard the door shut as he left. It took her a moment to work up the courage to lean over and reach for her phone. When she picked it up, she saw she already had texts from both Ben and Lucy. Oh, come on. Just seeing Ben's name on her phone screen made her tear up. Trying hard not to start crying again, she typed out a quick response and sent it to them. Lucy sat next to Ben on the couch in his living room, controller in hand, facing off against him in a fighting game. Oh wait. Okay, now watch this. You ready? Lucy said, halting the combat for a moment and getting her character into position for something. Yeah, go for it, Ben said, stopping his character and waiting. Lucy pressed a few buttons on her controller. Her character curled up in a ball, charging up. Then she let go of a button, and her character sped off to the side up a ramp. When she got to the top of the ramp, instead of launching herself across the stage, she moved perfectly horizontally through the air like she was rolling along an invisible platform. She went all the way to the edge, rolled off screen, and died. Wait. Ben said, laughing in amusement. Is that a glitch? I think so, Lucy said, giggling. I don't think it's supposed to do that. I found it by accident when I was playing with Joel once. Should I jump off the edge to make it fair? Ben asked. Nah, you were already winning this one anyway. Let's just. Both their phones vibrated at the same time. They stopped talking and looked at each other. That must be Gwen. Lucy paused the game and they both took out their phones. Sorry, can't hang out today. I'm sick. Lucy read Gwen's message out loud. Oh, that sucks, Ben said. Yeah, Lucy agreed, disappointed. Then she perked up a bit. Well, guess it'll just be the two of us today. Ben nodded and picked up his controller. Ready? He asked. Okay. Lucy picked up her controller and unpaused the game. As Lucy had predicted, Ben ended up winning the match, which went by even quicker since she'd taken out one of her own lives by showing Ben that glitch. Once the match was over, Ben looked to his side and flinched in surprise. Lucy had gotten on all fours on the couch and was leaning her face close to his. Give me food, please. Lucy requested. Heh. What are you, a cat? Ben asked. He reached his hand out and pressed it into Lucy's side, gently pushing her. Whoa! Lucy shouted as she fell off the couch, landing on her back in a fit of giggles. Ben stood up. But yeah, let's get some lunch. Still giggling, Lucy reached her arm out to Ben, silently requesting him to help her up. Ben obliged, grabbing her hand and pulling her to her feet. Then he walked out of the room and into his kitchen. Lucy followed, skipping behind him. So, what do you want to eat? Ben asked. Normally, Ben's parents would offer food to any guests he had over, which was usually just Gwen and Lucy. However, Ben's parents were out at the moment. Home. Lucy walked around Ben's kitchen, examining the contents of his pantry, cupboards, and refrigerator. When she opened his freezer, she gasped and pulled out a box of toaster strudels. I love these things. Ben smiled. Want some? Lucy nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good to me. Ben took the box from her hands and opened it, pulling out 4 strudels and placing them in the toaster. "'Kay. You wanna watch TV while we eat?" Sure, Lucy nodded in agreement. While they waited for the strudels to finish toasting, they went back into Ben's living room and opened up his Netflix. As Ben scrolled through shows to find something to throw on, Lucy sat on the other end of the couch. So, did you have fun last night? She asked. Yeah, Ben said. It was way better than I thought it would be. So you liked dancing with me? Lucy asked. Ben paused his scrolling for a second and just stared at the screen while he thought of an answer. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not like I'm super into dancing or anything. And you liked dancing with Gwen, too. Ben quickly turned to look at her, but he hesitated. It was weird. He turned back to the TV. But not bad. Lucy opened her mouth to ask a follow-up question, but just then, the toaster dinged. Food's ready, Ben said, standing up and leaving the room. Lucy got the feeling he was trying to avoid discussing the dance any further. You're not getting off the hook that easy. She stood up and followed him into the kitchen. What do you mean? She asked him. What do you mean, what do you mean? Ben asked, pulling the strudels out of the toaster. Weird, but not bad, Lucy repeated Ben's words. I don't know, Lucy, I just... Ben sounded slightly annoyed, like Lucy was bugging him about something that wasn't really that big of a deal. It's not like I hated it, but like, how many people do you know who enjoy slow dancing with their cousin? 2, Lucy said with a smirk. Ben was looking away from her, putting the icing on the toaster strudels, but Lucy could tell he was blushing. Did she say she liked it? He asked quietly. No, Lucy said. But I could tell. Especially from how she was leaning on you. Ben glared at her. You were watching us. Of course. Lucy said with a smile. What did you expect? I told you I don't like it when you eavesdrop on us. No, you said you didn't want me eavesdropping on you while you and Gwen gave each other your birthday presents. In private. You never said I couldn't watch while you guys danced in front of everyone, Lucy argued. Ben looked like he wanted to respond, but he just sighed, picking up their plates. Why do you care if I saw you guys dancing? Lucy asked. I don't know, Ben said, walking towards her and handing her one of the plates. You're right, it's no big deal. Yes it is, you big dummy. Okay. She took the plate Ben was holding out, quickly grabbing the strudel and taking a big bite out of it. Thanks. Now, let's see what we're watching, Ben said, heading back into the living room. Lucy followed and sat down next to him. As she ate, she stared at him, thinking. They're almost there. I just know it. The next day, Gwen was lying in bed again. She'd barely moved from there at all the previous day, and she felt like doing the same today. She hadn't cried much since that first night, but she still felt dirty all over whenever she thought about Ben. There was a knock at her door. Gwen. Her father's voice said. Yeah, Dad. You can come in. Frank opened the door. Lucy's downstairs. She was just stopping by to check on you. Are you feeling well enough to have a visitor? Gwen thought about it for a moment. If it were both Ben and Lucy stopping by, she would have just pretended to be too sick to see them. But she decided it would be okay if it was just Lucy. Yeah, I think so. Great. I'll send her up, Frank said, closing the door as he left. It wasn't long before there was another knock on the door. Come in, Lucy, Gwen said. The door opened and Lucy slid into the room. Hee, how are you doing? Lucy asked, closing the door behind her. Horrible. I'm okay, Gwen said. Still just a little sick. Oh, that sucks, Lucy said sympathetically. And this close to Christmas, too. Hopefully you'll be all better soon, huh? Gwen nodded. Lucy stood by the side of the bed. So, you want some company on your sick day? Gwen smiled. She actually felt a little relieved to see a face as friendly as Lucy's. Sure. Thanks, Lucy. Just as long as we don't talk about Ben, this should be fine. Lucy smiled brightly. Oh, you know me, she said, waving her hand dismissively. So, what do you wanna do? She looked around the room and spotted Gwen's laptop on her desk, so she skipped over to it. You wanna watch some YouTube videos? She suggested, reaching her hand towards the laptop. No. Gwen said quickly, sitting up in bed. She'd suddenly remembered the stuff about Darwin she'd been looking up on Wikipedia several weeks ago. However unlikely it might be, she did not want Lucy to accidentally discover that somehow. Lucy flinched and pulled her hand back in surprise. All right, hey, no problem, she said, holding up both hands. Then she gave Gwen a teasing smile. If you don't want me to see your porn, that's fine. Gwen rolled her eyes, but decided it would actually be easier to just let her think that. Lucy looked around the room again, her gaze falling on the TV across from Gwen's bed. Ooh, I know. There's a great series I wanna show you, she said, walking over and turning it on. Then she picked up the controller and went to sit down on the bed next to Gwen. Careful not to get too close. I'm still sick, remember, Gwen said, keeping up her ruse. Did you forget I'm not an actual human? Lucy reminded her. Your diseases can't affect me. H.G. Wells would disagree, Gwen said. Lucy ignored her and scrolled through Netflix, looking for the show she had watched with Ben the day before. You're gonna love this. Me and Ben found it yesterday and we binge-watched, like, all of it. Ben. Gwen suddenly felt actually sick. She leaned forward, clutching her stomach, hoping she wouldn't have to vomit again. Lucy noticed. Oh glob. Gwen, are you okay? Do you need something? What's wrong? She asked, panicked. It's nothing, Gwen assured her, taking a deep breath. I just need some water. Lucy nodded, still looking very worried. She grabbed Gwen's water bottle off of her desk and handed it to her. Thanks, Gwen said, taking a drink. You sure you're okay? Lucy asked. Gwen nodded. I'll be fine. The genuine concern in Lucy's eyes was obvious. It made Gwen feel guilty about lying to her. And I really am glad you're here, she said truthfully. Lucy smiled, blushing a little as she turned back to the TV. Gwen looked away too. She was very worried about how she had reacted to the mere mention of Ben. Right away, it was obvious that getting over him wasn't going to be easy. Author's note. Tather. It only took 34 chapters, but Gwen is finally being honest with herself. Just a shame she wasn't very enthusiastic about it. Thank you all for your patience so far. I know you've been dying for some real progress, so I'm glad I was able to get this chapter done way ahead of schedule this week. Comments. The Disturbed King. I wonder how Ben will react when he finally realizes that what he feels for Gwen is stronger than a cousin should feel. Hopefully he'll take it better than Gwen did. Guest, I loved it. The succinct yet emotional closure with the gold watch and locket is absolutely beautiful. Time to start anew, it says. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going for with that scene. Guest, just wondering, was the title inspired from the anime The Flower I Saw That Day? Yes, it was. Such a beautifully sad anime. But don't worry, my story isn't really similar to it other than the title. Guest, why do I get a feeling that Lucy might have developed some feelings for Ben without realizing? Well, looks like you were right. Lelka, Lucy seems to be conflicted between want Ben and Gwen getting together and don't mind getting lucky with both of them. Getting her two best friends to realize their feelings for each other is the goal. Getting to bang them both along the way would just be a bonus, right? CSGT, I get the feeling Lucy is setting up the whole dance thing so Ben and Gwen will dance together, especially since she asked Ben to bring Gwen's favorite flowers. Ah, I see you are an evil mastermind as well. That was indeed her master plan. Side note, the yellow roses thing was from an episode of Alien Force that I never saw, but I learned about it from the fanfiction Yellow Roses by Kitsune X Maxwell and confirmed it on the wiki. Shadowrunner 22. Well, now this is amazing. I loved the present scene and I love how Lucy is trying to put Ben and Gwen together, and I say it's on the verge of success. She was pretty close up until the whole thing made Gwen vomit. But she's a lot closer now than she's ever been. Car 54, Lucy can be hard to read. Sometimes it seems she wants Ben, or Gwen, for herself, other times she's as much a shipper as your readers. Yep. Hopefully things are becoming a little clearer after this chapter though. Guest, all right, as much as we all came here for a Gwen fanfic, and they have beautiful moments together, the interactions between Ben and Lucy are adorable and I can't help but hope for them too. Thanks. I think they go together pretty well too. Guest, when Lucy kissed Gwen in the cheek as a friendly gesture or whatever, Why didn't you make her reference I Kissed a Girl by Katy Perry this time around? Goddamn night Gojaimas SMH. Oh man, I'm gonna lose all my street cred cause I keep missing the opportunity for Katy Perry references. I'm so ashamed. Guest, I'm imagining this dance thing between Ben and Gwen to be like this deviant art I saw a year ago. art/Ben 10 Another Wedding 5859488847. Holy crap, that's so cute. I really wish there was more Gwen for not. PR0DZ, wow, I never thought it really was. I had a feeling it was that scene too. I thought of Terra at that time tbh. Ashley Johnson was great as Terra as well. Almost all of the Ben 10 Vas have been in superhero shows, which is something I like having fun with. Guest, why would Ben see Lucy beautiful? What about Gwen? Hello, what's going on here? You can't really blame Ben. Sure, Gwen is quite beautiful herself, but Lucy's a shapeshifter who took as perfect of a form as she could. Plus she's not off limits to him the way Gwen is. May, year -2. Recess had always been Ben's favorite part of the day. It was probably the only thing that made school even remotely bearable. Now, what should I do? He wondered aloud to himself as he walked across the playground. On the far side, he spotted a girl from his class playing on the swing set. Smiling, he ran over to her. Hey! I betcha I can swing higher than you, Ben called up to her. Nah, I bet you can't, she shouted back down to him. Feeling up to the challenge, Ben sat down on the swing next to her and started rocking forwards and backwards. See? You can't go higher than me. Hey, I'm just getting started. Ben put more effort into it, swinging higher and higher. Eventually, the two of them were neck and neck, swinging back and forth at the same speed next to each other, neither going higher than the other. With a playful smile, Ben reached over and gave her a light shove, causing her swing to twist and swing weirdly for a moment. Whoa! She shouted, laughing as she stabilized. Hey! I'm gonna get you back for that one. She shoved Ben just as he'd shoved her. The two of them continued swinging, trying to go higher and higher while messing each other up along the way. After a few minutes of this, Ben noticed a group of boys on the playground pointing and laughing at them. What are they doing? Ben didn't like being laughed at. Without taking much time to think it over, he decided to jump off the swing set. As soon as he hit the ground, he ran over to the kids he'd seen laughing. Hey! What's so funny? He demanded. The boys kept laughing. One of them held out his arms and pushed the others back a little. Whoa! Watch out, everybody! Don't wanna catch his cooties. My what? Ben asked, glaring at the boy. Cooties. One of the other boys said. He touched a girl. Yeah, Tennyson. What are you doing playing with a girl? Duh. He was playing on the swings. He is a girl. Ben looked back and forth between the other boys as they spoke. Shut up, jerks. What's wrong with playing with girls? Or swings? The boys laughed at him again. Ooh, Ben likes Madeline, one of them said tauntingly. Ben's face went red. No, I don't. Shut up. Ben's got cooties. No, I don't. Ben had no idea what cooties were, but he knew he didn't have them. Either way, denying it only made them laugh at him more. Ooh, one of the boys started to say something, but Ben shoved him, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Ow! He pushed me. Fight! 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 Ow! Another boy's chanting was interrupted when Ben spun around and punched him in the face. "Hey, that hurt. What'd you do that for? You said fight." Ben said like it was obvious. "Teacher." One of them shouted in alarm, pointing at the adult who was slowly approaching from across the playground. "Oh crap, run." All of them, including Ben, split up and ran in different directions. Once he was a safe distance away, Ben sat down and leaned against one of the structures on the playground. He stared angrily at the ground in front of him, still thinking about what the other kids had said. "You can't laugh at me like that. Jerks." "Are they almost here?" Gwen asked her parents. "They'll be here soon, sweetheart," her father told her. Gwen's parents were having her aunt and uncle over for dinner, so that meant they would be bringing her cousin with them. It had been a while since she'd last seen Ben, so she was pretty excited. "Gwen, come help set the table," her mother called to her from the kitchen. "Yes, Mommy." Leaving her spot by the window, Gwen went to go start putting down plates and silverware for dinner. After she'd set 3 places, she was interrupted by the doorbell ringing repeatedly. A bright smile appeared on her face. She dropped what she was doing and ran to the front door. Gwen opened the door and found Ben on her front step, grinning playfully as he kept hitting the doorbell button. Gwen giggled at the sight of him. "Hi," she said, waving hello. Ben waved back at her as she stepped aside to let him in. She stood there holding the door open for another few seconds while she waited for Ben's parents to catch up. "Guess what, guess what, guess what?" Gwen asked Ben excitedly as she led him and his parents inside. "What?" Ben asked. "I have a game on my computer now." "Really? I thought your parents didn't let you have games." "Daddy let me have one," Gwen explained. A voice called from another room. "Is that them, Gwen?" "Yes, Daddy. They're here," Gwen called back. Frank stepped into the room. "Hello, everyone," he greeted them. "Carl, Sandra, Ben. Glad you could all make it." Natalie stepped out of the kitchen. "Dinner is just about ready. It'll just be another minute or two." Gwen took that to mean she had a little time to show Ben her new game. "Come on," she said, grabbing Ben's hand. "I wanna show you." "Don't touch me," Ben shouted, pulling his hand away. Gwen flinched in surprise. Ben paused, immediately looking guilty. Sorry, Frank, Carl, and Sandra chuckled at Ben's reaction. Ben glared at them. "Better watch out there, champ," Ben's father said to him. "Don't you know girls have cooties?" he joked. Ben's eyes went wide in fear. "Stop that, Carl," Natalie chided. "Ben, are you?" Gwen stepped closer to him, trying to ask him if he was all right. "I don't want your cooties," Ben yelled, shoving her. Gwen screamed. The force of Ben's shove caused her to stumble backwards and she tripped over her feet, falling to the floor. "Hey! Why'd you do that?" their parents gasped. "Ben, what's gotten into you?" his mother asked him. "Apologize to your cousin this instant." But Dad," said she. Ben sounded guilty and confused. "Your father didn't mean that," Frank explained. "Cooties aren't real. He was only joking." He walked over to his daughter and helped her up. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" "No," Gwen shouted. "What the heck is your problem, doofus?" "I'm not a doofus, you're a doofus," Ben shouted back. "He pushed me," Gwen reiterated to their parents, turning to face them while pointing at Ben accusingly. "Shut up, you little dweeb." Gwen screamed and made a move to shove Ben back, but her father grabbed her by the shoulders and held her in place. "Okay, I think that's enough, you two. Now, how about we just apologize and forget the whole thing, huh?" "Screw that," Ben said, turning his back to Gwen and crossing his arms defiantly. Gwen stared angrily at the back of his head for a moment before mimicking his actions. Natalie sighed, glaring at Carl. "Well, dinner should be ready now. How about we sit down?" she suggested. The six of them moved into the dining room. Ben and Gwen sat down across from each other at the end of the table. At first, they sat there in silence, eating their dinner while their parents talked. Every once in a while, Gwen would look up for a second to glance at Ben. Eventually, they both looked up at the same time, making eye contact. Neither of them said anything for a moment, but Gwen couldn't handle the silence for very long. "What?" she spat out with a little more bite than she'd intended. "What?" Ben said in a mocking tone. Gwen narrowed her eyes. "Stop that. Stop that. I said cut it out, jerk. You cut it out, loser." "Ben," Sandra said from the other end of the table. "Gwen." Natalie joined. Ben and Gwen flinched at the sounds of their mothers raising their voices, then silently turned to give them their attention. "I think we should calm down a little," Frank said diplomatically. "Just be nice and finish your meal, Gwen." "You too," Ben Carl chimed in. Ben and Gwen nodded meekly to their parents before turning back to their dinner. They ate the rest of the meal in silence, occasionally shooting each other dirty looks. When they finished, their parents were still chatting, so they continued to sit there. Gwen eventually got tired of it. Looking up at Ben, without glaring, she waited until he made eye contact with her. He still looked a little mad, but she spoke to him quietly. "I was gonna show you the game on my computer," she said. "What makes you think I wanna see whatever stupid games you play?" Ben asked. "Why are you being such a jerk?" Gwen asked, her anger returning almost instantly. "Why are you being such a crybaby?" "Well, at least I'm not a total moron who still thinks cooties are real," Gwen said, slamming her hands on the table. "You stupid little." Ben grabbed some leftover food off of his plate and threw it at Gwen, hitting her in the face. "Ah!" Gwen shrieked. "Benjamin!" Carl shouted. Fury rose up in Gwen. She ran around the end of the table and started beating her balled-up hands against Ben's shoulder, screaming names at him as she did. Ben started to fight back, but the fight only lasted a few seconds before their fathers stepped in and pulled them apart. They squirmed and tried to break free, still shouting insults at each other. Carl sighed. "I guess we'd better get going," he said. "I think that's a good idea," Sandra said, standing up to join her husband. "I'm sorry about this," she said to Frank and Natalie. "It's all right," Frank said. "Maybe next time you can stay longer." Gwen stopped thrashing. She stood still in her father's grip as she watched Carl and Sandra walk Ben to the front door to leave. Frank let go and stepped in front of her. "Gwen, honey, that wasn't like you." "What's the matter?" Gwen was close to tears. "Nothing." Gwen, Natalie said sternly, making her tense up. "Don't shout at your father like that." "Yes, Mommy," Gwen said, trying not to cry. "All right. Now, let's clean up," Natalie said. Gwen nodded. Her parents went into the kitchen and she began collecting the plates from the dinner table. She was still upset about her fight with Ben, but she felt bad about her outbursts. She kept her head down to try to hide her shame as she carried the plates into the kitchen, walking past her father and placing them in the sink where her mother began to clean them. As she walked back into the dining room to collect the silverware, she heard her parents talking quietly. "She'll be all right," her father said. "I'm worried," her mother said simply after a moment. "There's nothing to worry about," Frank assured her. "They just had a little fight. There's no way it'll last." January, Year 4. Getting through the rest of winter break had not been easy for Gwen. Pretending to be sick had worked for the first couple of days, but she couldn't keep that up forever. Like usual, the Tennyson family had held a Christmas party, which Gwen had attended along with Ben and Lucy. And the week after that, the three of them spent New Year's Eve counting down to midnight together. Whenever she was with them, she tried her best not to act any differently than she normally did, but that was a difficult feat. She couldn't look at Ben the same way anymore. He wasn't just her cousin now, he was a boy. All the good qualities he had that led her to admire him as a person now caused her to admire him in a completely different way. Plus, there were other qualities about him that she had never really noticed before, mainly the type of thing that Lucy was much more comfortable talking about than she was. After school on her first day back from break, Gwen and Lucy left to go meet Ben as they often did. However, Gwen now felt a mix of excitement and dread at the thought of hanging out with Ben again. She realized that the way she felt about seeing him now was actually very similar to the way she'd felt about it back when they had just started hanging out again before officially becoming friends. But this was different. Very different. Gwen wasn't really paying much attention to what Lucy was saying to her as they walked together. Her thoughts were too preoccupied with coming up with a way to act normal. However, when they arrived at the park, all her thoughts went out the window as soon as she saw Ben. Thump. Her face distorted in disgust at herself when she felt that familiar pounding in her chest at the sight of him. She quickly corrected her expression, noticing Lucy had stopped talking to study her. "What?" Gwen asked, trying to sound nonchalant. "Nothing," Lucy said. "Yo," Ben said, raising his hand as they approached him. Gwen made eye contact with him, and she felt like he was looking right through her. Thump. "Damn it, all he did was say hi. Happy New Year," Lucy said excitedly, giving him a friendly hug. "We literally rang in the new year together," Ben reminded her. Looking over Lucy's shoulder at Gwen, he smiled and shook his head. Thump. "Goddamn!" Gwen shook her head to show her agreement about Lucy's antics, trying not to let on that her heart was racing just from him looking at her. "I know," Lucy said, still clinging to Ben. "But it's still a new year, and I'm still happy." Gwen tried her best not to be jealous of Lucy right then. She had never been the type to hug as much as the other girl did, but seeing the way Lucy could get so close to Ben so easily made her wish she could be like that too. Lucy let go of Ben, putting her hands behind her back and shuffling backwards to stand next to Gwen. She cutely rocked forwards and backwards on the balls of her feet, giving Gwen a strangely smug look. "Does she suspect me?" Gwen ignored her, trying not to get paranoid. "So, where to?" Ben asked. Lucy's hand shot up into the air. "Your house," she declared. "Ah, okay. Why?" Ben asked. "Because you've still got new games from Christmas for us to try out," Lucy explained. "Oh yeah," Ben said. "I've already tried them all at least once, so I know you guys are gonna love 'em." He turned to Gwen. I actually got stuck at this puzzle I can't figure out in one of them, but I know you'll be able to get it. Gwen smiled. Compliments from Ben had always felt special to her, but now it was on a whole new level. Just from that simple comment, she felt her heart soar like she'd just been given the greatest praise she'd ever received. She had to remind herself that she had to act natural. "Heh. That's no surprise, doofus," she said, turning to Lucy. "Ben cannot think with portals." Ben and Lucy laughed. "Come on, let's go." Lucy began skipping in the direction of Ben's house. Ben and Gwen followed behind her. Gwen was a mess by the time she got home later that day. Spending the afternoon with Ben had felt great, but it was deeply troubling at the same time. As soon as she got back to her house, she ran up to her room and shut the door, not bothering to say hi to her parents first. Memories from the past few hours were still fresh in her mind. Earlier that day, Ben's hand had brushed against hers while they were passing a controller between them. It had felt so tender and gentle, she'd wanted nothing more than to just hold his hand at that moment. Thinking back on it now, her hand shook as she held it up. "Stop it." She put her hand down and closed her eyes, steeling herself. She tried to put him out of her mind, but she couldn't. It made her smile whenever her mind floated back to the memories of all the funny things he'd said that day. He always knew how to make her laugh, and he could probably cheer her up no matter how down she felt. "Stop it." The smile faded from Gwen's face and was replaced with a scowl. She kicked her bed in frustration before sitting down on it, crossing her arms stubbornly and staring at the wall. "I need to stop this." That was something she'd been constantly reminding herself of all day. It was easy for her to forget when she was around Ben, but her feelings for him had crossed a dangerous line recently. She couldn't feel this way about him. She had to put a stop to it. Her scowl became a more pitiful expression as she bit back tears. "Damn it, Gwen. You're better than this." She didn't like crying, and she'd been doing it an awful lot lately. She'd done it after the dance, after Christmas, and after New Year's. She couldn't allow herself to keep doing it every time she saw him. Sighing deeply in frustration, she lied down on her bed and closed her eyes. She had homework to do, but she knew that if she tried to do it right now, she wouldn't be able to focus yet. She had to come to a decision on this right now. "I need to deal with this. I need a plan." After mulling it over for a while, she came to a conclusion. If her feelings for him got worse every time she saw him, all she had to do was stop seeing him. Not completely, of course. She knew she could never stay away from him forever, even if she wanted to, which she definitely didn't. But it was undeniable that she spent a lot of time with him. Normal cousins don't spend this much time together, and they never have this problem. So, that's what she had to do. In order to get over him, she would just have to go a few more days each week without seeing him until things went back to normal. Gwen smiled bitterly. She'd convinced herself that this was a good idea and that it would work, but she knew it wouldn't be pleasant either way. She remembered what it had been like after their first summer, and during that time Ben was dating Julie. She'd been completely miserable without him. She was not looking forward to feeling like that again, but she couldn't think of any better ideas. "This is for the best." "This one?" Ben asked. Lucy had led him to a door in her house which he had never opened before. It was down the hall further in the back where he'd never had a reason to go whenever he'd come over to hang out with her. "Yep." Lucy nodded her head excitedly. "Ah, and here it is." She threw the door open, gesturing dramatically for Ben to enter. Nodding his thanks, Ben walked past her into the room. Inside, tables and shelves lined the walls, all filled with clay pots and other small sculptures. In the center of the room was a single pottery wheel with a chair next to it, and two more chairs were pushed back against the wall. The entire room was spotted with bits of dried clay. "Wow. This is where you do all your pottery?" Ben asked. "Yep." Lucy nodded, stepping into the room and standing next to him. "Have I seriously never shown you this before?" "You haven't," Ben said, shaking his head. "I mean, you told me you make pots and stuff out of clay, but I always thought you did it at, like, an art class after school or something." "Well, that's what I used to do," Lucy explained. "But Camille and Joel set up a room like this for me at our old house, and when we moved, I made this room my new pottery room." Ben walked along the shelves of clay sculptures. He saw one that looked interesting and picked it up, examining it. "Don't touch that, doofus. You might break it." He heard Gwen's voice shouting in his head. He smirked, but nonetheless he did what he assumed would be his cousin's warning and put the sculpture back down. "Pretty neat, huh?" Lucy asked. "Yeah," Ben said, looking around. "You made all of these?" Lucy nodded, smiling proudly. "Cool," Ben said. He turned and looked at the pottery wheel in the middle of the room. "How does that work?" he asked. Lucy looked excited. "I can show you. Wanna see?" "Sure." Lucy skipped across the room, grabbed one of the extra chairs, and dragged it over to the pottery wheel. Then she sat down in her chair and patted the other one, signaling for Ben to join her. Ben nodded, walking over and sitting down next to her. Lucy grabbed a ball of clay and smacked it down into the middle of the wheel, then reached her hand into a bucket of water and splashed some water onto it. "Let's get some of this going here," she said, placing her hands around the pile of wet clay. "And then you get the wheel spinning like this." Lucy grabbed the wheel and gave it a spin to get started, then pressed her foot down on a pedal to the side of it. "And then when you push on the clay." Her hand encircled the wet clay in the center of the wheel, pressed against it. As the wheel spun, the clay began to change shape. At first she made it dome-shaped, then she pressed into it more and slowly moved her hands upwards. The clay became thinner and taller, turning into more of a cylinder that tapered a little towards the top. "Whoa," Ben said in surprise. The way the clay moved and changed shape so fluidly looked very unusual. "I know. Cool, right?" Lucy asked. "It looks kinda like you when you shapeshift," Ben observed. Lucy giggled. She took one hand off the clay and held it up. Her hand shifted, becoming purple and mud-like. It spun and took the shape of the clay sculpture she was making on the wheel. "It is kinda like that. I always knew I was the real work of art in here." Ben laughed. He hadn't seen Lucy shapeshift in a while, so it was fun to see it again. In an odd way, she was his last link to his previous alien-filled double life, and he was glad to have a reminder of that. But those thoughts got him thinking about the Omnitrix again. He glanced down at his ordinary watch, feeling a sudden pang of nostalgia. "You wanna try it?" Lucy asked. "What?" Ben lifted his back head up. She stopped pressing the pedal, letting the wheel come to a stop. With both hands, she smushed the clay back into a pile, then scooted her chair to the side. "Come on. Give it a try," she said, giving Ben a friendly smile as she invited him to take her place. Ben hesitated. Well, okay, he said, sliding his chair over to where Lucy's was a moment ago. He pressed his foot down on the pedal. When it didn't move right away, Lucy grabbed the wheel and gave it a spin like she'd done before to get it started. Once the wheel was spinning, Ben put his hands on the clay. It feels weird, he said. Lucy giggled. You get used to it. Ben tried to copy Lucy's actions, spinning the clay into a dome shape. Once he got that to work, he pushed into it more and directed the clay upwards, making it thinner and taller. Now you're getting it. Lucy congratulated him as he made progress. Try spinning the wheel a bit faster. Ben complied, pressing down on the pedal a few times at a more rapid pace. The wheel spun faster, and Ben was able to reshape the clay more rapidly too. But before long, the clay started to wobble. The top of the sculpture Ben was making drooped to the side as it spun. Whoa, he said, mildly panicking. Lucy started to giggle, doing nothing to help. Ben didn't think to slow the wheel, instead trying to use his hands to keep the clay steady. But ultimately, he failed. Spinning too fast to stay together, the clay came loose and splattered around the room, hitting both Ben and Lucy. Shit! Ben shouted, scooting back away from the wheel. Lucy broke out in a fit of laughter. Eh! She shouted, leaping up and latching onto Ben, hugging him and pressing her cheek against his. That was awesome. Ben had been expecting her to be mad at him for making a mess, so he was surprised by her reaction. After sitting there with Lucy clinging to him for a moment, he put his arms around her too, being careful not to touch her with his clay-covered hands. Lucy hopped away from him and clapped her hands, still smiling brightly. This was fun, she declared. Ben smiled at Lucy's enthusiasm. Yeah, he said, standing up. He looked himself over. His hands, arms, and shirt were covered with clay, and he could feel bits of it on his face too. Sorry I made a mess though. Lucy was in a similar state, but she didn't seem to mind. Don't worry. Happens all the time. We should probably get ourselves cleaned up, though. Camille will kill me if I get clay all over the house again. Together, they exited Lucy's pottery room. The shower's upstairs, Lucy informed him. You can go first. Cool, thanks, Ben said. You need to borrow a shirt. You might be able to wear one of Joel's or something, she offered. No, I brought an extra for PE today. The two of them went into the living room where Ben had left his backpack. He leaned over and reached into it, pulling out his spare shirt. As he stood up straight, Lucy walked up to him and grabbed the hem of the shirt he was wearing. Well, now that you've got that one, guess you don't need this one anymore, right? She asked, smiling wickedly as she tried to pull his shirt up. Hey, no. Ben said, tugging his shirt back down. Lucy giggled. All right, fine. Come on, she said, grabbing Ben's hand and leading him upstairs. She showed him to the bathroom that had the shower in it and stood outside the door, gesturing for him to go inside. All yours. Thanks, Ben said, stepping past her. When he turned to close the door, Lucy stood just outside the threshold. She stared at him, hands clasped behind her back with an expectant smile on her face, as if she were hoping to be invited in. Ben shut the door in her face. Oh, come on. You're no fun. Lucy's muffled voice came from behind the door. Ben smiled and shook his head, turning on the shower. Luckily, the clay that was covering him was still mostly wet, so it wasn't difficult to clean off. Once he was finished showering, he toweled off, got dressed in his clean shirt, and went back downstairs. He found Lucy in the living room, sitting on a towel so she wouldn't get clay on the couch. When he entered the room, she looked up at him and grinned. "Gee, you were in there for a pretty long time," she said, looking at her wrist as if she were wearing a watch. "You weren't doing anything naughty in there, were you?" said the girl who tried to grope me 10 minutes ago, Ben countered. Lucy giggled. "Fair enough." She hopped up off the couch. "Well, guess it's my turn." As Lucy walked past him, Ben had a thought. "Can Len Opens even take showers?" he asked. Lucy stopped and looked at him, confused. "Well, you're like, made of mud or something. Wouldn't you just dissolve?" Lucy laughed. "No, silly. I took showers in the rust bucket that whole summer I spent with you, remember? We can make our bodies pretty solid if we want to. So yes, we can take showers." The devious smile came back to her face. "Want me to show you?" "For fuck's sake, Lucy." She giggled again. "All right, fine. But don't say I never gave you a chance." Lucy turned and walked away. While she was still in view of Ben, to his shock, she reached down and pulled her shirt off. Just before she rounded the corner to head up the stairs, she turned her head to look back at him, smiling smugly. Ben took a moment to recover from his initial shock. She'd had her back to him, so he hadn't actually seen anything. However, just the idea of it had put some hard-to-ignore thoughts in his head. "Goddamit!" he mumbled to himself. About 15 minutes later, Lucy came back downstairs to find Ben sitting on the couch playing his 3DS. When he saw her, he briefly made eye contact, then quickly looked back at his screen. "Hey," he said, his voice cracking a bit. He looked flustered and even a little guilty. Lucy smiled knowingly to herself. "I wonder if I wasn't the only one having a little fun while I was in the shower." "Hey, you," she greeted him, smiling kindly and sitting herself down next to him on the couch. "Camille and Joel will be home in about an hour. You wanna stay for dinner?" "Sure," Ben said, not taking his eyes off the game. "Thanks." Lucy leaned over to look at his screen. She gasped excitedly. "I love that game." Ben looked up. "Yeah?" he asked. "Yeah." Lucy hopped to her feet. "Let me get mine. I'll show you my file." She ran out of the room and came back moments later with her 3DS in hand. Jumping back onto the couch next to him, she flipped it open and turned it on. After navigating through a few menus, she leaned in close to Ben. "Here, check out my party." Ben hit a few buttons, then took her 3DS and handed his to her. "Here's mine," he said. The two of them took the next couple minutes comparing their files. "Hey, you're using him?" Ben asked. "Yeah," Lucy said. "He's got the funniest support conversations." "Yeah, but he sucks." "Here, look." Ben took his game back and scrolled to a certain character. "She's got much better stats," he said, showing the screen to Lucy again. "Pfft, who cares?" Lucy waved her hand dismissively. "My party's way over-leveled as it is. Besides, I plan to level every character by the end, so I'll get to her eventually." "Really?" Ben asked. "Well, me and Gwen are competing on hard mode, so I can't really afford to use anyone but the strongest characters." Lucy laughed. "Of course. I should have guessed." "Yeah. She's way better at these kinds of games too, so I need to do everything perfectly if I'm gonna beat her." Ben looked like he'd just reminded himself of something. So, what exactly is she working on right now? What? Lucy asked. She said she was working on some project or something, right? He asked, referring to Gwen's reason for not being able to hang out today. Oh. I dunno, Lucy said. I think she said it was for English. We're in most of the same classes, so I don't think it's for any of the classes I have with her. Oh. Ben nodded, then turned away. He looked like he was thinking hard about something. Lucy smiled sweetly. He's had like 10 chances to get it on with me today, and still all he can think about is her. Even though she found that cute, she couldn't help feeling a little hurt by it. I guess I wasn't just testing him. You sure that's what she's doing? Ben asked. What? Lucy snapped out of her thoughts, unsure what he was asking. Well, I mean, it just seems like I haven't seen her, like, at all lately, he said. She always says she's busy with something, and she's never really clear on what it is. Lucy knit her brow. She wasn't sure where this was coming from. Well, she has seemed a bit busy lately, but I've still hung out with her plenty. Why? You think she's keeping something from you? Well, I don't know. Maybe, Ben said. Does she have, like, a boyfriend or something? He trailed off as he spoke, acting embarrassed to even be asking that question. Ben flinched as Lucy's face suddenly came very close to his. Why? You think she'd keep something like that from you? I don't know. She might, he said, leaning away from her. So, does she? Would you be jealous if she did? What? No. Ben said quickly. I just, you know. Oh, I know, all right. Lucy laughed and moved back, getting out of Ben's face. No, silly. Gwen doesn't have a boyfriend, despite the boys' best efforts. Ben looked confused. What boys? The guys who hit on her all the time, Lucy said. Wait, what? Now Lucy looked confused. You seriously don't know? Gwen gets asked out by guys at school constantly. She was exaggerating, but she'd seen it happen several times already in the few months she'd been going to school with her. Really? Of course. Have you seen her? You shouldn't be surprised. It's not that it's surprising, Ben said. It's just, she never told me that. But you've met some of them already, Lucy pointed out. Like Nathan. Who? You know, he was at the dance. And you got him to back off at that Halloween party, too. What, that guy? He's always hitting on Gwen. Yeah. And not just him. He's just one of her many hopeless suitors. Ben looked off to the side, thinking again. Lucy noticed he looked a bit angry. Oh, you adorable, jealous man, you. Then Lucy realized something else. Ben thought Gwen always seemed to be busy with stuff lately, but Lucy hadn't noticed because she'd actually hung out with her several times recently. Thinking back to the past 2 weeks or so, almost every time she'd hung out with Gwen, it had been just the two of them. Gwen did always seem to be busy whenever they suggested all three of them hang out together. Maybe there was some merit to Ben's suspicions, although perhaps it wasn't what he thought it was. Maybe she's avoiding him for some reason. Have you guys been fighting again? Lucy asked. What? No, why? Never mind. Lucy's mind started working quickly. If Gwen was avoiding Ben, but not her, the most likely explanation was that the two of them were fighting. But if that wasn't the case, there was one other explanation she could think of. She smiled excitedly at the thought of it. I knew I was close. Her next step was to confirm that Gwen was indeed avoiding Ben, and she was already brainstorming the easiest way to do that. Gwen's Saturday started slow. When she awoke, she laid in bed for an hour before she finally decided to get up. Lately, she'd been having trouble mustering up enough energy to do much of anything, so this wasn't too unusual especially on weekends. She was hungry, so before doing anything else, she headed downstairs to have some breakfast. When she walked into the kitchen, her parents had already finished eating, but they were still sitting at the table. Her father was reading the paper and her mother was doing something on her tablet. Morning, she greeted them. Ah, good morning, Gwen, her father said, looking up from his paper. Sorry we didn't make any for you. We didn't know when you'd be getting up. I can make you some eggs if you like. He offered. That's all right, Dad. I got it. Gwen relit the burner under the frying pan her parents had left out and started cracking eggs. Any plans today, sweetheart? Frank asked. Nothing yet, Gwen answered. I'll probably hang out with Lucy later, though. Just Lucy? Her mother asked. And Ben, probably. Gwen added, looking back down at her eggs as she scrambled them. How did she catch that? Does she know something? Gwen told herself she was just being paranoid and tried to act casual. When her eggs were finished, she brought them over on a plate and sat down at the table with her parents. She ate slowly and in silence. Having been forced to bring up Ben a few moments ago, now that was all she could think about. She wondered if she could let herself hang out with him today. It had been way too long since she'd seen him at this point, and the loneliness was starting to get to her. Just a couple more days. I can keep it up for the weekend. I have to. What's the matter, dear? Frank said. Gwen had been idly poking her eggs with her fork, looking downtrodden. Hearing her dad's voice made her flinch. Oh, nothing. I'm still just a bit tired, that's all. Gwen gave her father what she hoped was a convincing smile, then went back to eating. When she finished her breakfast, she cleared her place and went back upstairs to take a shower. Afterwards, she got dressed and sat down at her desk, opening up her laptop. She had some homework to do, but she didn't feel like focusing at the moment, so she browsed the internet for a while instead. Gwen's phone vibrated on the other end of her desk, so she reached over and picked it up. The caller ID told her it was Lucy. Hey, Lucy, Gwen said, answering it. Hi. Lucy's happy voice came through the phone. What are you up to? Nothing much. How about you? Great. You wanna go to the mall? The mall. Gwen thought about it. Yeah, sure. I've been meaning to get a new winter coat and some snow boots. Perfect. I was gonna get some new outfits too. Now I can model them for Ben and you can both tell me how good I look. Lucy giggled. Ben's coming. Gwen felt her heart sink. The idea of Ben being there excited her, but if she was going to stick to her plan, she had to avoid him still. And now that she'd already agreed to go, she had to think of an excuse to change her mind that wouldn't make Lucy suspicious. Gwen. You there? Lucy asked when Gwen didn't respond. Yeah, it's just, Gwen thought quickly. Something vague yet reasonable sounding would do. I actually just remember I already agreed to help my mom with something today, she said. So, I guess I can't go after all. Maybe we can do something tomorrow. Gwen mentally kicked herself for suggesting hanging out tomorrow, because that would likely mean she'd have to deal with this same problem again later. Oh, that sucks, Lucy said. Well, yeah, tomorrow then. No problem. Guess I'll just have Ben all to myself today, she said teasingly. Even though that kind of teasing didn't used to seriously bother Gwen, she actually felt a pang of jealousy at hearing her say that. Gee, lucky you, she said sarcastically, trying not to let the other girl know how much it was actually bothering with her. Lucy giggled. Don't worry, I won't wear him out too much. Okay, bye. She hung up. Gwen's face scrunched up at Lucy's implication, but she put her phone down and tried not to let it get to her. She was just joking. And you're not supposed to care. Stop caring, you idiot. Gwen leaned back and sighed. As she looked at her desk, her eyes fell upon the picture frame that was lying face down. A few days ago, she'd done that to the picture of her and Ben that she kept on her desk because it was making her feel bad every time she looked at it. But keeping it face down like this wasn't helping at all. She knew what the picture was, and it made her feel even worse because it was like she was turning her back on him. So, she leaned forward and set the picture frame upright. The smiling faces of her and Ben stared back at her. Gwen looked down at the locket Ben had given her last month that she still kept hanging from her neck. Even though she knew it contained another picture of the two of them, she hadn't been able to bring herself to stop wearing it. She held it in her hand and stared at the golden case, imagining Ben's picture inside of it. Why can't I just stop? With that phone call, Lucy had pretty much confirmed her suspicions. Gwen was okay with hanging out with her, but as soon as she mentioned Ben, suddenly she was too busy. Gwen was avoiding him. And if they weren't fighting? Maybe she's finally realized her feelings for him. Lucy was giddy with excitement. This was real, actual progress. However, Lucy could tell there was a problem. If Gwen was avoiding Ben because she liked him, that meant she hadn't accepted it yet. That would make things difficult, but Gwen would move past it eventually. It was only a matter of time now. When Lucy met up with Ben at the mall, she could barely contain her excitement. Hey, Lucy, Ben greeted her. Lucy's response was to squeal excitedly at the sight of him. Whoa, what's up with you? Ben asked, taken by surprise as she came in for a sudden hug. Nothing, silly, Lucy lied. I'm just always happy to see you. That part wasn't a lie. Ha, well, okay. But, could you let go of me soon? We're kinda in public here. Ben said, looking around nervously while Lucy kept her arms around him with her face pressed into his chest. Gimme a minute, Lucy said. Once Ben managed to untangle himself from her, the two of them set off on their way. They spent a few hours looking around and shopping. Lucy tried on clothes and modeled them for Ben like she'd said she would. Then, after buying a few things, they made their way to the food court for lunch. Hey Ben, Lucy said, sitting across from him at a table. Yeah. Can I ask you something about Julie? Ben looked confused for a second. Oh yeah. I forgot I told you about her. Sure. What do you wanna know? When did you realize you liked her? Lucy asked. Ben furrowed his brow. Why? He asked. Just tell me. Ben still seemed confused, but he shrugged. Pretty early last year, I guess. What did you do? What do you mean? You know, when you realized you liked her? What did you do? Did you ask her out right away? Ben chuckled. God no. I didn't even want to like her. I tried to, avoid her at all costs. Why? Lucy asked. Ben shrugged. He started to look really uncomfortable talking about this. It was still just kinda weird to me. I'd never dated anyone before. But you went out with her eventually, right? Yeah, after trying and failing to get over her. Lucy smiled to herself. They're so alike. Why do you wanna know about Julie? Ben asked. I don't. Lucy smiled at him. I'm just putting everything together. Ben looked at her questioningly, but she went back to eating her lunch without elaborating further. She kept a knowing grin on her face as she continued to ponder the situation. Soon. And that's the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.